Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Dark Magician with Sekiryuutei Fullmetal Alchemist crossover part 2. Before we start, please go support jacknnder for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 6, Rescuing the Nun. She burst into the room next to hers, searching with her gaze for that which would help calm her down. When her sight reached the bed, she saw the lump formed by her little brother's sleeping body. When she was finally able to get used to that sensation, she felt the calm which could be approaching. She sighed as she slowly approached her brother's sleeping body, noticing that he was sleeping peacefully. She smiled as she slid her somewhat hurt fingers through his intense brown hair. And to think that they want to involve you in this. Hey Oniai-chan, I just want to protect you and Oka-san. If it weren't for you, I think I would have died that day. Even so, I must be strong. I promise you that I will bring Asia back from the clutches of that bastard. You just try to rest and try not to grow up so fast, okay? Giving him a small kiss and adjusting the sleeping sheet to cover him better. After that, she retired to her room to heal his wounds. When the door closed in the room, Issei opened his eyes. From them emerged a flash of guilt and regret, doubt and uneasiness. He got up and settled in his bed. Sitting on the edge of the wall and the bed with his head hidden between his legs, he could feel how that small gesture made that being moved when feeling his negative emotions. In that he closed his eyes, changing the guilt for his flame of determination. A crimson flash flooded his gaze and his posture composed itself. He stood up and looked at the full-length mirror inside his room. His gaze darkened and his hair raising flashes of energy in the dark night. Dark as his soul, condemned by the punishment of some pagan god who undoubtedly hated him before he was born. Everything is for a greater good, everything sacrificed is worth it, the end justifies the means, and a death is a low sacrifice to avoid a world conflict, he said to no one in particular, but to someone in particular, to himself, to his darkest self and locked in his being. A shadow of a demon that we all have kept in the most hidden part of our minds and souls. After this, and when my life is calm, I can be judged for my sins. The flash of the boosted gear distracted him. The glove, which in previous lives served for great icons of the world to forge their way, and that destiny brought to him. As the Red Emperor, he must always remain firm, dignified and noble. He will change the rotten world or die trying and become a Sekiryuutei to fear. I suppose this is a side effect, he said, seeing that his thoughts were around his power. He was never someone who would seek great power without a real motivation. But he can't deny that when he tried it for the first time, he couldn't help but feel drawn back for more. He approached his closet. When he opened it and removed the normal city clothes from the middle, he managed to find a black box. He took it and put it on his bed. While he removed his pajamas, he noticed that his wounds had already been able to heal perfectly. He smiled at that and got ready to change. A red shirt, an open black jacket, matching pants and a belt. An outfit to normally go out for someone who likes black. But what they didn't know was that this set of clothes was aided with magic, armored with defense magic and magic resistance, in addition to being able to resist physical attacks of great power. When he didn't have his armor on, this could help him. He summoned the sword he had found in its sheath, the hilt glowing a soft gold against the red sheath with details that made it look like a dragon's tail. It's true, I haven't given you a name. How about it? No, that one's already taken. Well, I'll think about it later, said Issei, finishing getting ready, looking at the mirror again and becoming serious, looking at his reflection on the glass, feeling the night breeze sneak through the window. Everything sacrificed is worth it, really? How much truth is there in those words? He left his room and went into the hallway. When he reached the stairs, he could notice the lights on in Sarah's room and feel the presence not only of her, but of someone else. He decided to let it pass. He didn't want to attract anyone's attention tonight, so he put that thought aside and went down the stairs. Thanks to his camouflage magic, he is able to move through spaces in great silence without being detected. Once down, he headed towards the street door, but instead of opening it, Issei simply went through it and went out into the street. Now on this one, he walked silently for a few blocks. Noticing that there was no one around, he decided to keep flying. It would be strange to see a young man in the middle of the street at such a late hour. Let's see what we find, said Issei. From his back a pair of then wings emerged. These were red and seemed to be made of skin membranes, moving the muscles generated with magic that connected his back to the new protuberances on his back. He began to flap. I really love flying. That's what makes us fellow dragons. Issei smiled and gave a powerful flap of his wings, rising into the air and flying towards the church where Asia was and therefore his enemies. Let's go back inside the room for a moment though. Ah, Bucho. Is this necessary? Said Sarah, very red. She was in her room. She had arrived with the help of her companions. She thanked them and everyone began to leave, except for Rias. Yes, Sarah, I am sharing some of my demonic energy and my powers to heal you faster. This is better and faster, said Rias. Both were in a somewhat compromising position, so much so that it would make one think that both of them they were turning the tables. Sarah was without any of her clothes, not even her underwear. She was completely naked like her king who was hugging her from behind, sticking her prominent breasts to her back, while Rias's aura emanated from her body in a layer of crimson power which was passing to Sarah through contact. Thanks to that her wounds were healing quickly, although they were leaving some somewhat ugly scars. I'll have to wear a lot of clothes, said Sarah. Don't worry, when we're done the scars will disappear too, Rias said. Hey Bucho, I know this is rude and you are very kind, but have you already done this with another member of your peerage? Sarah asked. I mean, Kiba is a man and Akinos and also Kaneko-chan is. I don't know what you're talking about. I'd never done this with another member. In fact, you're the first one I've treated like this after a battle, Rias said, smiling. I see I'm the first one to end up so badly, Sarah said, depressed. Don't worry, exorcists are demon hunters. It's normal that you'll end up very hurt. But at least you're alive, said Rias. Sarah didn't say anything, she simply contemplated the image in her head. Seeing Asia in that state filled her with rage. The anger she felt against that idiot Fred was not comparable to anything. But another thought flooded her mind. A wave of images showed themselves on the edge of her mind, sending her fears directly to the center of her focus of attention, Issei. Her brother full of wounds, or worse, that idea froze her. She had decided to enter this world to be able to fulfill her only duty, to take care of her brother and her mother. That is why she thought left her somewhat restless. That memory gnawed at her mind, but more than anything it was that doubt or hunch that she felt for some time. 3 years ago you stopped being the same as always, she said to herself, until a sound took her out of her mind. Rias, who was in her room in a nightgown, was looking at whatever paintings she had in her room. There was one in particular that caught her attention. Tell me, Sarah, do you love your brother? You two look close, said Rias, looking at the photos. The one she had in her hand was from when Sarah had graduated and moved on to high school. I guess so, we've always been together, Sarah said. It shows I also have a brother. He is my older brother and I love him. But from time to time he gets very annoying, said Rias. All siblings are like that. Oni-chan and I have also fought, said Sarah. Yes, it's normal, you know? Your brother seems to be very special. Do you know to what extent? Said Rias. Sarah had sharpened her gaze. Yes, Issei from a very young age showed that he excelled in his studies. In addition to being a good athlete, within the human parameter he is outstanding. But to know if he has a sacred gear, the truth is I don't know, but I don't think so, since if so, my sacred gear would have reacted to his, said Sarah. And who told you that sacred gears work that way? Why do I know Kiba has one? When I'm near him, like in the club, I can feel a tingling in my hands. At first it was annoying, but then I got used to it, although I deduced that it was that, said Sarah. Wow, you are very smart, Rias said as she continued looking at the photos. Bucho? And haven't you noticed anything different in his attitude these last few months? Huh. In fact, no, but some time ago he acted very different, said Sarah. You see, Issei was always someone very strange. Since he was a child he looked at everything differently. The doctors said it was possible that my brother had developed a mental disorder or something. We didn't believe them much, given that even though he could understand his environment and live with people, even so, when he turned 8 things changed, said Sarah. He started by spending a lot of time glued to the computer, more than normal coming from him. After that he started talking to himself. That was very strange. He said he was talking to himself to discuss some things. Mom thought it was because he was very intellectual, but it seemed like something was answering him. It wasn't that internal conversation that one has where one ends at the same, since one knows that no one is going to answer. The only time I managed to hear him, he would swear that it seemed like something was answering him, but then he stopped doing it. But that was the same moment where he locked himself in his room. There were entire days where he didn't want to talk to anyone or know about the world. That was a very difficult time. It was like that for a few months until he simply stopped doing it too. He started going out and smiling like always, but it was different. I met my brother, and for the first time I didn't recognize his smile. He was a different person. Maybe it's my imagination, but... I understand, said Rias, looking at the photo where both of them are standing firm with their mother sitting. It looked like a family photo, and what does your mother say about it? Mom was working a lot back then. She wanted a promotion to bring more money into the house, and she was always busy. I don't think she noticed any of that, said Sarah. The lack of a father. Yes, he died a long time ago. You don't have to tell me more, Sarah. It seems that this is difficult for you, Rias said. Yes, but with all due respect, Bucho, isn't this life difficult? The only truth we know is that we will have to overcome hundreds of tests to be able to move forward. Even you must have problems, right? Said Sarah. Rias thought for a moment, remembering the dilemma that has her sleepless. Yes, we all have problems, Sarah said. Rias, Sarah, I don't want to get involved in your life. Huh? What's that for? You're my mistress and I don't mean that. We don't talk much about our past or our families, since this is all just a business union for a common good. Save all my pieces, including you. But the truth is that we all expect something in return. So as a rule, we don't talk much about our lives beyond what we want to show. That's why I always try to be nice to you. Because I want to break that moral rule, Sarah. I want to be part of your life, so please let me into it. And what is all this due to? Your brother Issei lied to you, and to everyone. What? Said Sarah very seriously. Before you get angry, let me explain. With all due respect, but I'd rather not hear it. That? I blindly trust my brother. We've been through a lot together, and I don't think he's that big of a mess, Sarah said very seriously, surprising Rias, who never expected to see that level of trust, although she knew that if she knew the truth, it would tear her to pieces. You appreciate it very much, don't you? Sarah blushed as she looked down. When Dad died, I was very young, but I understood that I would never see him again, so it made me very sad. I didn't live with him for a long time, but my brother became the only emotional pillar on which I could hold on to, said Sarah. I love him, he's everything to me, said Sarah with such sincerity that she then thought about her words. Wait, it's not what you think. I love him as my brother. He's my brother, and I don't think weird about me. Rias had been stunned with a frozen look upon hearing that, but she just laughed. You're funny, but you know that those feelings are not well seen in society, right? Yes, I know they'll think I'm crazy and neurotic, and wait, why am I saying this? I'm confused now, said Sarah. Ha, I was just joking. Well, the thing about this world is true, but you are no longer of this world. Yeah, excuse me? Sarah, you are a devil. With time you will be able to do whatever you want, since all reincarnated people have the right to be high-class devils over time, said Rias. That means that I can reincarnate as Oni-chan when I become a high-class devil. Yes, but you are still missing a lot, and I don't think I'll wait that long. In other words, I won't make it easy for you, said Rias. Wait, what do you mean? You're not getting involved. Who knows, like I said, your brother catches my attention. He's a boy. I wouldn't be so sure. That's very strange. They both stared at each other, then burst out laughing. Well, we better go to sleep, Sarah. See you tomorrow, said Rias, walking towards the door to go to the guest room. See you tomorrow, Bucho, said Sarah. One last thing, Sarah, your brother does have a sacred gear. I don't know how, don't forget which one. In fact, I'm as lost as you, but I'll tell you that he's powerful, said Rias. I fought by her side against a fallen angel. Hey, the time we showed up at the park. You're fast. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, my king. Issei had arrived at the place. Protected by a barrier was the outline of the church. Maybe it's about 200 meters from the entrance, Issei said. He had stopped in front of the barrier. If I break it, they'll know I'm here. Just walk through it. Yes, you're right, Issei said, summoning a special magic from his hand, which he had managed to open a small gap in the energy barrier, enough for him to pass through. So once inside, he planned until he landed on the top of a tree, near the church. He quickly hid when he saw a guard in the sky and another on the ground. And so they say it's abandoned? Issei said. Once these guards were gone, Issei decided to sit down and see what he could learn from this place. Anything could help him. As far as I know, The plans only show one entrance and one exit, the main one. The problem is that many of these things were made in times past, said Issei. He was projecting a plan of the church. After adjusting the projection circle, it had changed, showing a series of tunnels under the holy work typical of churches. Issei then went on to observe the guards and how the lights moved inside the building. As far as he knows, the number of traitor fallen angels within this place is unknown, nor the number of renegade exorcists. I need more information, said Issei, detailing a familiar figure well. I can take care of that later, he said, nothing more than to look at the sky. If everything goes wrong, a shot from above and everything sacrificed is worth it for a better life. Well, that sacrifice will not be taken to Asia. He stayed a while longer, watching as the fallen angels had set up a perimeter around the church, prepared for an invasion, most likely waiting for demons or pure angels, never expecting the final blow. It continued for a few hours, until sleep and the need to stretch got the better of him, so he simply left as he entered the perimeter and repaired the hole in the barrier, then teleported back to his home using a magic circle. I entered his room at around 2 in the morning. He had been staying for a long time. I just hope tomorrow I don't wake up dead, said Issei, taking off his combat clothes and putting on his pajamas, a glass of water, something to eat, and he was ready to fall asleep in his bed. As soon as he touched the pillow, he fell deeply asleep, walking through the prairies of the kingdom of Morpheus' dreams. Although in that the door would have opened, revealing a woman, a girl whose most striking features in that lack of light was her blood-colored hair, which decorated her crown and her back, like a layer of blood that was born in her temple and died on her buttocks. Rias had waited for this moment. She approached Issei, who was sleeping like a log, and caressed her hair. She looked at the boy who had her spinning his head. I don't understand exactly why you want to carry that weight by yourself, but I'll try to understand you a little, said Rias, while she continued caressing and touching Issei's hair. In that she made a space in the bed and lay down next to him. You are someone very particular, she said to the sleeping boy, who more by pure instinct had moved and had buried his head between Rias's cleavage. Apart from that, he had pressed his body against hers. Rias was initially surprised by that. She didn't expect that reaction from him. But, noticing his state and that she didn't feel any malice in him, only the desire of a child to settle in the warmth of a mother, so she smiled with some grace, began to caress his hair and pamper the sleeping young man. I don't know what you did, but I hope it went well for you. Rest, said Rias, also falling asleep. He had woken up fine, relatively fine. It had been a while since the nightmares had hit him hard again, but this time he had hardly dreamed anything. He only felt nostalgic. A nostalgia that had occurred in the past years, perhaps before his life, but he played it down. He felt the warmth of another person by his side. He couldn't recognize her. Maybe it was too early and he wasn't fully awake, so he simply snuggled up even more into her chest and was preparing to sleep a little longer. Surely Sarah had gone into her room, as she always used to do. I see you like my breasts, little pervert. Issei heard a voice that did not belong to anyone in the house. He opened his eyes wide and noticed a hair of a strong blood color. That hair framed his sky-blue eyes that left him stunned. It was like seeing the immense sea inside those eyes that seemed to tear your soul from your body. That's when I noticed the most important part. It turns out she was naked. This woman he couldn't recognize at the time. She was naked. How she came into the world. He could see everything, from the tip of her protruding lock of hair to the tips of his feet, and everything in between. The first reaction of a young man like him would be to stare at her. But then he remembered everything and his brain underwent an emergency reboot. What happened? Issei shouted, very scared, while Rias was smiling at how silly he looked. Then Issei looked at her again. Please put some clothes on, Issei said, jumping out of bed and turning his back so he wouldn't see her. But why? Nor is there anyone else, if it's you, Issei. I don't mind being like this, naked, Rias said in a calm tone of voice, sitting on the edge of the bed with one leg as a support. You forget that I am a devil. Issei was going to answer that, but when he turned around and saw Rias in the face again, his eyes traveled all over her body. There was not a fiber of porcelain white skin that he had not studied. Her breasts, legs, thighs, hips, everything about her. He noticed her being in all its splendor, the ultimate experience of contemplation, where his partner showed more and more. Issei blushed at that. Damn, even Drake looked whiter than him. Something curious. But still, Issei was a young man, Someone whose age is the age of change in his body and hormonal desire, so in his sleeping pants his lifelong friend could be seen. Rias smiled at that victory. He wasn't made of stone, he was human after all. Issei, noticing that the situation was going to get out of hand, simply turned around and began counting to 10. Better make it up to 100, said Drake, who was laughing like a madman. He couldn't see anything since his carrier didn't allow him. But the truth is he didn't need to see anything to understand the situation thanks to the internal screams of his carrier, who was more than nervous, yet he sighed to regain control of his body. Please put some clothes on, I beg you, said Issei. What's wrong? You little pervert, do you know? You don't understand the situation, do you? You're seeing what many would kill to see, said Rias with great confidence. She is not one to brag and even less to look at the suits behind her, but she couldn't turn a blind eye to her male fans. Maybe you want to, I don't know, experiment. Issei was speechless at that comment. Rias, on the other hand, had lifted her body from the bed as she walked towards the boy. Issei, I see you don't know how I feel about you. For me? Yes, let's go, let's experiment together, let's open our minds and skins to the tomorrow of adults, and notice the love that exists between two opposite but equal beings, Rias said in the young man's ear. You understand this, right? Of course. So when I start I won't stop, no. It's more fair that now the idea of stopping and thinking is not in my mind is on another matter, said Issei, who had given in. This woman really knew how to manipulate him. Really? Rias had fallen silent when Issei had placed her on the bed again. She was with her back against the mattress, while her hair acted as a blanket covering her back and part of the white fabric of the sheet. Issei, lost in her own mind, wandering between reality and the illusion of this moment, only placed himself on top of her. Holding her hands with his, he noticed how soft they were, worthy of a princess. Rias, on the other hand, found rough hands, hands made to fight, surely exposed to combat training, although it did not cause her any discomfort. In fact, she wanted to know how she had done that damage to her palms. You are quite an enigma, so many secrets, so many lies. Could it be that is the true definition of a devil, said Rias. Issei simply stared at her, making Rias' body shudder from the energy that emanated from it. 2 accusations, a fight or a dominance. He was betting more on the latter. I will show you that between a devil and me there are many light years of difference. Rias smiled at that. Yes, show me, destroy the pride of this race, O Sekiryuutei. Issei, hearing the green light, crushed Rias's body with his own, noticing how soft it is. Rias noticed the hardness of the young man's chest. You have too many clothes, Issei, take them off. Issei had touched one of Rias's breasts between his hands, excitedly tasting the softness of a well-defined breast. They say that seeing healthy breasts fills you with health. Do you want to check it out, Issei? Issei didn't respond to anything other than the body beneath him. He had squeezed Rias's chest, squared that she would let out a small moan, something that no one could hear, but his developed ears allowed him to taste that dreamy sound that would kill anyone. Issei, what do you think you're doing? Said a familiar voice, a familiar furious voice. Issei had gone cold as ice after that. He slowly turned around, noticing his sister, Sarah, was standing at the entrance of his room with a not at all gentle death glare. Get down from there and give me an explanation now, Sarah said. She had arrived after hearing strange noises in Issei's room, finding Issei on top of a naked Rias, while her hand was playing with Rias's cow tit, and she simply smiled with victory on her side. Issei. Wait, Sarah, Wani-sama, everything has an explanation, right, Rias-senpai? Issei said desperately. Let's see, you're on top of me, touching my body, and I'm here, below. You said you wanted to touch and taste, you little pervert. Now take responsibility, said Rias, sentencing Issei to death. Goodbye, cruel world. See you later, buddy, said Drake. ISSE. Mickey was sleeping peacefully after a long session of work in her office, although hearing noises of screams and banging from her children's room did disturb her slightly. Kids, it's too early to be playing. Issei was in a seiza position, with his legs together underneath and his hands on his thighs, as well as bowing his head until his forehead touched the ground. Very sorry. Sarah was standing next to him, smoking and reading her brother. Rias, on the other hand, was simply sitting quietly on a sofa in the room drinking tea. Leave it alone, Sarah, said Rias when she saw that her horse was about to whip her again. I was the one who entered her room at night. I don't think you should. That's what I was getting at, Sarah said, this time venting her rage on the redhead. What are you doing entering my brother's room at that hour? You're even more naked. Doesn't she know that he's now an uncontrollable monster with a sexual appetite? Hey! You shut up. Alright. As I was saying, Issei is now a teenager. That means he can be with his hormones in the air, and you enter his room, at night naked as his sister. I have the duty to take care of him. But it seems like he can take care of himself, said Rias, remembering their first meeting. It doesn't matter, you have to learn to let him go. Sarah is not a child. One day he will have a girlfriend or even get married. You have to learn to accept that. Well, when that day comes, I'll make sure it's the right one, Sarah said. Wow, you really are stubborn. After another round of scolding from their sister, Issei, Rias and Sarah went downstairs to have breakfast. Their mother had already gotten up. She was dressed in very comfortable and light home clothes, so she quickly greeted everyone and said that breakfast was almost ready. Sarah, what are those screams so early? Mickey asked her daughter. She and Rias had offered their help to better prepare breakfast. Oka-san, Issei is being perverted. It turns out he wanted to touch Rias Bucho. That? Well, Mrs. Hyoudou, the thing is, Rias tried to explain. Wait now, Rias-san. Sarah, what happened to your brother? You see, Oka-san. Issei had gone to the living room, turning on the television just in time to watch his morning anime, as well as having the latest volume of the Shimatsu no Valkyria manga in his hands. Wow, what a victory on the part of Queen Xinghuan. That was an ugly script. Hades should have won. Ya Drake, it's a manga, it's not real. I know, but it still burns. Issei just laughed at his friend. Noah, hearing his mother's voice, scared him. He quickly went to see what was happening, finding the scene of his mother lying on the floor, Sarah giving her air with her hand, and Rias standing without knowing what had happened. My son, Issei, I raised you with love and good education, but you came out a pervert. Oka-san, Issei tricked us all. No, I should have sent him to the military academy like my mother said. Issei sighed and Rias simply laughed at the strange scene in the house. After that, everyone sat down to eat, but not before Mickey spoke seriously with her son. Sarah continued arguing and Rias ate her breakfast with great enthusiasm. This is the love of the Hyoudou family, always so active in the morning. I wish things they were like that in their home. After that, the three students left the house on their way to the academy. Sarah was still upset. Now it turns out that her mother agrees and even recommended how to take care of herself. It seems like his anger isn't going to subside for a while, Rias said. She's like that. When something gets to her head, nothing stops her, Issei said. Although it is partly my fault, I am sorry. Speaking of which, what were you looking for in my room? Me? Nothing, I was just checking something. And that was it? That doesn't matter now. You know, it's rude to be asking a lady so much about her business, said Rias, pretending to be angry and walking next to Sarah. Issei just sighed again and decided to leave the matter at that, for the sake of his mental health. The three of them arrived at the academy, although they walked past each other and did not say goodbye like every day. Well, she's very upset, Issei said. No tricks to calm him down? My brother usually buys me a lot of things when I'm upset with him, said Rias. I didn't tell you that I have an older brother, right? No, I didn't know. I was lying, but it's good to know. Although with Sarah it's different. Since she's upset, it's best to let her calm down. She's not the type to relax quickly. Yes, I understand. Well, I'm leaving, said Rias. Goodbye, Issei, said Rias, greeting the boy and waving goodbye with one hand. Issei stared at her as she went up the stairs like a goddess, as did all the mortal men and women of the school. Sarah had asked to leave her activities early. She had lied about feeling sick, but the real matter was more personal. He was in a park. He had neglected to start training on his own secretly so he could gain strength and go rescue Asia, thus paying off his debt once and for all. She defended me from that monster, and she got hurt because of me, so I have to rescue her, said Sarah, who was doing some arm exercises, but the wounds on her body weren't even completely healed and she fell on her butt to the floor. Curse. Sarah-san? Sarah was startled when she heard that tone of voice. She raised her head to notice Asia's blonde hair and emerald eyes, who was looking at her with great joy. Sarah-san. Sarah was more than shocked. She didn't think she would see her again walking through the streets of Kuo, so she couldn't contain her tears of joy. Asia-chan, are you okay? Are you sure, Asia-chan? How did you get out of that place? Forget it, I thought I would never see you again. I'm sorry I didn't help you that time. I'm sorry, Sarah said, letting go of Asia, who could finally breathe. It's okay, Sarah-san, I'm glad you're okay, and I'm also glad you're worried about me, Asia said, smiling. Sarah was also happy, but then she realized something. Wait, how did you escape? Well, you'll see. Wani-chan, Issei said from afar. Issei? What are you doing here? Why aren't you at the academy? We had free time, so I decided to come for a walk for a while and I met up with Asia-chan, said Issei. I understand, yes, it's okay, said Sarah. Issei just smiled. After that, the three of them had stopped to talk about anything, besides showing Asia how to move around the city. At that point, Issei said that he would buy some drinks at the machine that was a little far away. After that, Sarah and Asia were left alone. Tell me, Asia, how did you escape? Well, they gave him the day off, so I came for a walk. I got lost and luckily I ran into Issei-san, said Asia. I see, so you didn't escape? That. Yes, you should escape, they are bad. Look, I can help you by hiding you in my house and I'm back, said Issei, arriving with some sodas. Asia, then we continued talking about this without interruptions. Why, yes. It's still early, Issei said. I don't have any more classes later. How about we go eat at a restaurant and then play? Forks, said Asia. Okay, Sarah said. After that, the three of them were in a family restaurant. Eto, give me, said poor Asia, who was in front of the counter trying to order something. Can I help you? Issei asked. No, I can give me, said Asia, nervous to death. Okay, you'll order the same thing as me. Understood, sir, said the lady at the counter. Within minutes their orders arrived. Oh, I'm a useless person who can't even order a hamburger, said Asia. Don't worry, you still don't know how to speak Japanese very well. It happens to anyone, said Issei. Sarah, who had ordered first, was sitting waiting for them. Over here. So, the three young men sat down to eat. The brothers were quick to reveal their hamburgers and eat. But Asia's case was another story. She was sitting without doing anything, staring at the wrapper. Is something wrong? Issei asked. No, well, why, yes. And are you going to tell me what's happening? It's just that I don't know how to eat. I'm so useless that I can't even eat a hamburger, said Asia, covering her eyes full of tears. Calm down, look, said Issei. He had unwrapped the blonde's hamburger. If you need help, ask for it. You don't have to learn everything so quickly, said Issei. It's okay, said Asia, smiling at the brunette. Sarah, who had remained silent and on the sidelines, ate with some anger. Issei-san is a good person. Asia had taken her burger and with some nervousness and delicacy, had taken her first bite. It's very good. What did you use to eat, Asia? Sarah asked. Well, in church we used to eat soup and bread, as well as pasta and vegetables, said Asia as she continued to eat her burger with great enthusiasm. Sarah had been surprised at how simple the food at church was, so she looked down at her burger and took a big bite. Issei stared at Asia as she ate with great enthusiasm. Then he decided to eat too. Although Sarah did not take her eyes off the young man. What's happening? Nothing, I'm just making sure you don't take advantage of Asia-chan, you perverted baka. I'm not a pervert. If you are. No. Forks. No. Forks. No. Forks. Is something wrong? Asia asked, seeing the two arguing. Nothing, they both said at the same time. After eating, the three of them had gone out to the machines to spend the leftover money from their hamburgers that were actually for tortillas. Sarah won and broke all the records in the racing games. Issei shot at the zombies with the blonde, who was scared of seeing those dead people walking on the earth and praying to God that she would never see one in real life. Asia, although she did not stand out in any game, was having fun like never before. The girl laughed out loud while the brothers argued over the controls of one of the consoles. Apparently they both wanted to be Mario, poor Luigi. At that, an image that caught Asia's attention came to her emerald eyes. She let the two brothers fight and admired one of the machines. In it was a Pecado plush toy, which was adorable, and she loved it, although when she saw her thoughts she mentally scolded herself for thinking selfishly. She was almost about to leave when Issei appeared at her side, noticing the girl's gaze at the plush toy. "Hey Asia, do you want a Pikachu?" "Well no Eto yes," said Asia. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to be like that," said Issei, placing his last token in the machine. "I used to come with Sarah and a friend of hers to play the machines every day." "That was a while ago, but," said Issei, he had begun to manipulate the lever which activated the mechanical claw. He had used great skill and had taken the yellow rat stuffed animal. In which Issei smiled and took out the stuffed animal. "Here it is," he said proudly, showing the rat. Asia looked at the mouse with joy and took it to hug it tightly and hold it to her chest. "Thank you, Issei-san." "It was nothing." "No, this is too much for me. I am indebted to you, in many ways." "Asia." "Issei-san, Hey, what are you doing?" said Sarah, arriving. "Nothing," Issei said. "Do you want one?" "You're going to buy me stuffed animals, huh?" said Sarah. "How about that shiny Eevee edition?" "Okay," said Issei, accepting the challenge. After a few attempts he succeeded. Sarah hugged that stuffed animal with all her might. "I'm still mad at you, but this takes points off you." After that the three of them went out into the street, at which point Sarah feels somewhat ill. "You Issei, can you bring us some ice cream?" Sarah said. "Okay, I'll be right back." After that, and seeing that Issei had walked away, Sarah sighed. "Well, that's better, now you can show yourself, fallen angel," said Sarah very seriously. She had kept the essence of the black angels well hidden. Out of nowhere time seemed to stop, the sky began to change into colors seen by the human eye. Asia screamed in fear at seeing that. Then in the middle of the water fountain that was in front of everyone, the killer instinct let itself be felt, wandering everywhere. Well, not bad, you little devil dogs," said a man's voice. Sarah didn't know any of them. They were tall, burly men wearing a big coat. In the middle of summer it would be suicidal to have that on you. The other was a beautiful woman with alluring black hair and amethyst eyes, wearing a short skirt and a pink shirt. Sarah noticed the resemblance to Akino. "Damn two of them," Sarah said somewhat nervously. "Reincarnation, what are you doing here?" Asia asked. "Asia," Reincarnation nervously said. "Fine, you gremry lapdog, hand over that nun behind you and no one gets hurt. Deny it and we'll kill everyone in this park," the man said. "Mass genocide, are you all crazy?" Sarah said, jumping towards the fallen angel, who had summoned her trusty sword. "I'll slice you into many croquettes." "Not bad," said his enemy, raising his hand and creating his spear of light, which stopped Miramasa's curse. "Mind you have guts, I recognize that. I will tell you my name since you are going to die. My name is Danashik, fallen angel." This had sent Sada flying a block from his power. She landed in the middle of the water and made a great gesture of pain. The wounds on her legs had not yet completely healed. Feeling the disadvantage, she retreated until she reached the shore. "Sarah-san." "Asia, back off," says Sarah. But then she stops feeling the pain from her wounds and instead the quality of feeling of security invades her body. "What? I'm helping you. Leave me alone and go." "No, Sarah-san is risking everything for me. At least let me help you," Asia said. Sarah smiled at that. "It's okay. With you by my side I can fight without the need to feel bad afterwards. Come on, my friend," said Sarah. Asia had become happy to be called a friend by someone. What a lovely feeling of brotherhood between you two, but a friendship between a nun who is a servant of God and a lackey of Lucifer. "What is this?" "It's funny, it's very funny," said Danashik. "Keep laughing until you die." Sarah attacked Danashik again with more intensity than before. Her cuts were stronger and more deadly. The fallen noticed the change and decided to stop playing. He had quickly created a stronger spear of light and began to repel the cursed metal that caused him many chills. Sparks flew as Sarah and Danashik showed their skills. Each cut was deflected or stopped. Because of that, the field was destroyed by the force of both. A cut from Sarah had destroyed the water fountain and left one of the benches destroyed. "What strength," said Reincarnation, who was on the sidelines of the situation. She had understood the plan. She had to hide Asia until she got her out of the city. But she didn't expect Danashik to follow her. Damn it, she still had to stick to the original plan. Asia was watching the battle with the stuffed animal on her chest and her heart in her hand. Sarah was risking her life for her. When she discovered who her savior was, she was surprised by it. But a quick explanation later, everything was clear. A loud explosion was seen all over the field. Sarah had been sent flying through the air, but she still did a pirouette and landed on her feet somewhat hurt, while Danashik was untouched. "And I thought you would be a bigger challenge. What a shame," said Danashik, noticing the good face of his rival. "Funny, there was a person who brought me to my knees. A real challenge," he said, showing an ugly scar on his right shoulder. "He looked a lot like you. In fact, I think too much." That left Sarah speechless and scared Asia. "I don't know what you mean, but you're not going to confuse me. Let's continue." "Falling in fourth place," said Sarah, throwing herself back into the fight. Reincarnation, who was watching everything from the air, recognized the courage of that girl. "It certainly runs in the family." Sarah and Danashik continued throwing and blowing connections with their weapons. Even so, Danashik grew tired of this pathetic battle and pushed the brunette away with a kick to the chest. When Sarah fell to recover, Danashik stepped forward and launched his deadly blow. The spear of light pierced the brunette's abdomen, causing her to spit out a large amount of blood. Her wound began to burn all over. Asia screamed when she saw Sarah being pierced and falling to her knees, so she ran to her friend and began to heal her as best she could. Sarah made the enormous effort to stand up, which surprised the fallen man. "Well, let's finish quickly," said Danashik, rising into the air. He had created a large spear of light, which was visibly charged. With a sadistic smile, he launched his attack towards both girls. Sarah instinctively hugged a scared Asia and used her body as a shield. Even so, she never felt the impact of the blow. When she looked up, a pair of black wings covered them like a guardian angel. "Hey girl, how about a relief?" said Reincarnation in front of Danashik. "That? Listen to me, don't ask questions. Take Asia and get out of here. Issei will hide them." "Issei? Issei? What do you know about my brother?" Reincarnation sighed. "I told you not to ask questions. Listen to me. Your brother loves you. I have protected you all this time, so let him speak first," said Reincarnation. "Danashik, I will be your opponent." Reincarnation, "So you were the traitor who sold our information? Haha, typical of a hitch like you," said Danashik. Reincarnation had become angry about that, as seen in the varicolored aura expelled from her body. "I have truly always hated you. Curious, I love you. How about we hunt each other down?" "Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh." "They've had enough of me," said Danashik. He had launched an attack. Although Reincarnation had gotten in the way, he withstood the first impact and used the man's strength to lift him into the air. So he followed him and an aerial battle began. Reincarnation launched her light attacks. The spears cut through space and made the air vibrate, yet Danashik was able to repel every attack. "This will be fun," Reincarnation said. Yes, it will be." Asia and Sarah ran as fast as their legs would take them. They had reached the edge of the barrier, where Sarah had started to throw blows at the barrier with her sword, but still nothing seemed to work. "Damn." At that point, a loud explosion is heard. "Reincarnation-sama," Asia said. "Wait, Asia, we have to go. I can't let Reincarnation-sama get hurt or worse." "Wait, damn it," said Sarah, going after her. Reincarnation dominated the air. The aerial combat was more difficult for Danashik than he thought. The brat had learned a lot, but he still knew he was going to win. "What are you laughing at, damn it?" "About this," he said, taking something out of his pocket. When Reincarnation approaches to finish him off, Danashik releases a kind of powder. Reincarnation can't stop, so he receives the trap head on and his eyes start to burn. "Damn traitor, that's playing dirty." "And who said we fought fairly?" said Danashik, giving her a punch in the face that knocked her out, followed by a kick that knocked the wind out of the woman. Danashik had begun to brutally punish Reincarnation's body, which could not defend herself, until Danashik sends her to the ground with a punch. Reincarnation falls heavily into the water. Danashik lands beside her and grabs her wings, then places his foot on her back and begins to pull hard, causing Reincarnation to scream in pain. "What happened to your confidence, Hitch? I'll stop jerking off if you sleep with me. Rather dead than dirty because of you." "That can be fixed," Hitch said Danashik, pulling his wings harder. "Damn you. Should I grape and kill you and send you to Grigori? If you do, they will hunt you down." "I don't care, I'm already a traitor like you." Enough, Asia said, crying as she watched Reincarnation being slaughtered. Don't hurt her, I'll go with you. Really? Said Danashik, releasing Reincarnation's wings, who shook her head, but a kick from Danashik left her still. Fine, I will accept your deal. But she is coming with us. She must receive the appropriate punishment for her betrayal, said Danashik, taking Reincarnation's body and throwing it next to Asia like a sack of potatoes. Heal her. I want her alive. He had created a magic circle beneath the two and sent them to the abandoned church. Sarah had just arrived and noticed when Asia and the fallen one had left. It's you, said Danashik, noticing the brunette. Tell your master to be prepared, a war is about to begin, said Danashik, which undoubtedly surprised Sarah. It had flown away and left a shower of black feathers. Sarah looked at the space where Asia and Reincarnation had been. Sarah, what happened? Tell me where Asia is. A voice behind her surprised her. She carefully turned to see her brother. Issei had 3 ice creams in his hands. What happened? Is this a joke? Sada said in surprise. I know you don't like strawberries, but... Stop playing with me. When were you going to tell me when? Who else knows? Sarah, that. I'm not stupid, damn it, I should have seen the signs. Issei had thrown the ice cream when he saw his sister like that. Sarah, I know you're upset, but... When were you going to tell me? Huh? I'm just a game to you. Am I an object you use to look normal? What about me, our mother? Issei, you know what's going on, right? Sarah, Of course, I'm so stupid that I believed all your lies. Everything about you is fake. Your love for your family, your grades, everything about you is a lie. All those stories were tricks, disappointments. Yo. Leave it like that. I'll go look for Asia, then I'll know after that. I hope you trust me more, as I trust you. Sarah. Issei, I am a demon, a servant of a demon who serves Lucifer, a dog. Even so, I hope you tell me who you are, and I hope to live to hear it, said Sarah, disappearing through a magic circle. Sarah, said Issei. His sister's words hurt his soul. Stop crying, buddy, the plan failed. I know you're going to go look for those fallen angels now, but what are you going to do? Fight, Drag, fight, Issei said on his way to his house to prepare. A loud bang had been heard throughout the club room. Sarah had her face turned to one side and an ugly mark on her cheek. For the last time, no means no. You will not go to church, you will not help the nun, and you will not interfere in the affairs of the fallen angels. Is that clear, Sarah? Yes, very clear. You are a coward. Sarah, this will bring a lot of problems to the Duke of Gremory. It could lead us to a war. Sarah, think about your companions. You were right. That? Sarah clenched her fists as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. He lied to me, you know. He is. Sarah. Still, I know Issei will go for them, so I'm going too. If you go, you will be in trouble. You are part of my entourage, part of the Gremory clan. In that case, I ask you to expel me. Asia does not deserve to die. Besides, I want to clear things up with my brother. I will go no matter what. Sarah, that's enough, Ria said. At that, Akino makes some noise, then whispers in Ria's ear, which makes the demon sigh. Well, Sarah, remember one thing, the church is enemy territory. The best thing to do when going to war is to bring an army or warriors who can help you, said Rias. When I get back, I will talk seriously with you about your punishment. Even so, good luck. I will come back later. I have things to attend to, said Rias, going with Akino. Don't wait for me, said Sarah, ready to leave. Okay, Sarah-san, let's go, said the blonde of the group. What are you saying? Bucho recognizes the church as an enemy camp. That's a permission, in addition to telling you not to go alone. So I'm going with you, said Kiba. Kiba, it's okay. I too. Kaneko-chan? I don't trust you too. I know you'll get into trouble, said Loli. Okay, thanks, come on, wait for us, Asia. Like an asteroid engulfed in flames, Issei knocked down the barrier of the fallen that seemed stronger than the first, landing in the middle of what looked like a battlefield. Fallen angels, he said, raising dust and dirt with a flap of his powerful wings. Let's avoid unnecessary deaths. Chapter 7. The Sin of Dragon's Wrath. A few hours ago. That's the whole plan, said Issei, showing a token. We will get Asia Argento out of the city. Once that move is made, Kokabeel will have to leave sooner or later. That sounds good. We can do it, Reincarnation said confidently. But I don't know, it doesn't seem very safe to me, since the plan requires you to infiltrate the enemy base. You are too exposed, said Issei, expressing his concern. It is necessary. This way another holy war will be avoided and innocent lives will not be lost, said another woman sitting in a chair. She was beautiful with deep blue hair. I understand, I'm still worried. If something happens you will escape immediately, do you understand? Said Issei. Yes, calm down, but I will charge you for this, said Reincarnation. Now what are you going to want, Reincarnation? Said Issei. Let's date. You know I can't hurt you and you tell me to do this, then I'll ask for compensation too, Reincarnation said. It's not fair, I want one too. I don't think it's fair that it's just you, Reincarnation, said the other woman. But Calwarner, you are older than me, then they accuse you of raping minors, said Reincarnation with something mocking in her voice. You, don't even think about it, you stalker Yandere girl, said Calwarner. How dare you stalker of minors with fake breasts, said Reincarnation, releasing all her anger. They're real trouble, girl, you only know how to cause trouble for Issei-kun and the group in general. That's a lie. Issei simply sighed as the two of them started fighting again over something silly. They were best friends, they had overcome 1,001 adversities before meeting him, but when it came to fighting over any stupidity they were the wonder duo. A moment later, Issei was walking along a particular path, a park, darkened by the cold night of Japan. The sky was clear and the lunar star rose, the darkness, his world, his ideas were put in order in the darkness, walking through the same place where he met the fantasy world that was the one hiding under the lights of the normal life of the world. Although the familiar fluttering of a bird reached his ears, he smiled. Crows were birds of prey that always waited for an opportunity to attack. This one was no exception. He turned to face Danashik, who did not bother to hide his hatred towards the brown-haired boy. Although his attention was focused on the other being behind Danashik, a black-feathered angel, he knew of its scent, but not its rank since it floated through magic, so that was its leader. Greetings, Sekiryuutei of this era. Well then, it is true, I must say that when I heard about you I did not know what to answer, but when I saw the result of the battle against my colleague and how you left it, I must say that I am very interested. I hope you are as I have been informed, said the newcomer with a somewhat mysterious smile. Issei clicked his tongue upon seeing this. Danashik is supposed to do his jobs alone, so having another person here complicates his plans to capture the fallen one and get information about Asia Argento from him. And tell me, who are you? It seems you know about me, but I know nothing about you, Issei said in a serious, cold, and somewhat threatening manner, although upon seeing this man he simply widened his smile. It's true, I haven't introduced myself properly. I'm sorry, Sekiryuutei, but that information must not be revealed yet, although let me tell you that your friend Calwarner is very cute. Should I play with her? As well as teach her to respect her superiors? Issei was shocked. Calwarner had been? He quickly turned his shock into fury. If they dared to touch his friend and hurt him, there would be a great massacre, and he would be the executioner. His aura rose. The explosion of crimson flames was expelled from his small body with a fury and speed similar to a pressure cooker when it releases the excess steam. Issei remained serious. That scared Danashik, although his companion found it amusing. Wow, ha 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 ha, who would have thought? Someone like you obtains the power of these dimensions? This is certainly interesting, said the fallen angel, who began to expel his power naturally. Look, my body reacts to the killer instinct that you are expelling. Issei simply says nothing, he simply widens his battle stance, then smiles as he disappears at high speed. As he widens his amethyst eyes over the night sky, the crimson flash flew them at high speed, yet they managed to dodge it before receiving the blow, Issei's fist hitting the pavement, forming a medium-sized crater. Apart from the shockwave that formed and uprooted the nearby trees above them. Amidst the smoke, Issei began to hear slow applause. The wind rose and blew the smoke and dust off the ground. At that moment the damage that had been caused was revealed, including the crater and the trees. Not bad, a normal low-level fallen would have perished in battle with that. But luckily I have the solution, said the fallen angel. Snapping his fingers, Issei noticed several presences approaching through magic circles. Issei quickly counted between 30 and 50 rebellious fallen angels, nothing that scared him. Scared? Well, while you die here I will visit your friend, the pretty nun. Who knows? Maybe Fred already took care of her, but don't worry, We will keep her alive until after the ritual. Once it ends, I will give her eternal rest, said that annoying guy. Snapping his fingers, the hordes of fallen angels approached the Sekiryuutei. If they took his head, their wish for revenge and war would come true. Issei summoned his special sword. As he unsheathed the edge of the blade from its cover, it began to shine as if the sun itself illuminated the darkness. This confused many. They did not feel the sacred aura, but they understood that if they were hurt by that weapon, it would be their end. Releasing a war cry, they approached the Sekiryuutei, which neither slow nor lazy flew between the rows of fallen angels and the swords and spears of light, blocking and responding to each attack that came to him. Even so, if he wanted to advance, he had to get rid of several of them. Clicking his tongue, Issei descended to the ground and hit it with his fist. The blade of the sword shone, in which a powerful pillar of fire rose in the night sky. The explosion of flames shook the sky like the roar of an explosion and eliminated a group of those crows. Even so, when Issei could see his enemies, he realized that there were still more than half. This is bad, Issei said. Comrade, I recommend you retire now. The number is not the problem, but the time which we do not have. I know, but they will chase me. English. I'll have to get serious, Issei said. The crimson flames invaded his left arm, weaving into reality the illusion of God. The boosted gear forward, boosted gear flame command, Issei said. A magic circle appeared on the ground. It was huge, of a scarlet color, then a huge wall of fire rose again. The flames spun in the middle of it like a tornado. Even though half of the fallen angels were defeated or dead, there were still several willing to fight. How stubborn. They still want to fight, Issei said. Suddenly he felt a blow from behind that he was already expecting. When he turned around, he found Reincarnation, who obviously didn't want to do this. But he sighed and put his thoughts in order. By Asia. For world peace. Damn it, Reincarnation said, summoning her spear of light. A large flower of thorns summoned in the hands of the fallen angel, who used her wings to propel herself forward. Issei also smiled and threw himself towards his partner. In seconds both clashed weapons. A small exchange of attacks occurred between sword and spear. When the sparks flew in the middle, Reincarnation retracted her spear towards it and kicked the brown-haired man, sending him to one side. Then she threw herself towards him, raising a cloud of smoke. The sounds of the clash and flashes of attacks were launched towards the sky, where Reincarnation's allies raised her name. Within the cloud of dust, it was actually an illusion Issei had made with his magic, plus an anti-sound barrier had been raised. Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to, said Reincarnation. Okay, it's part of the plan. Even though it's already been discovered, they have jacknnder, so it's best to go for her. Go back to that guy's base. Do you know who he is? Said Issei. Sorry, I haven't seen him. Apparently he transmits his messages through Danashik. Still go. I'll see what I can do for jacknnder. Asia is under the care of a renegade priest. His name is Friedzelsen, or something like that. Be careful, those guys are dangerous, said Reincarnation. Okay then, I apologize in advance, but no one can leave here unharmed, Issei said with a complicated face. Okay, so let's meditate on strength. Who knows, maybe it's time for a new leader to be appointed, said Reincarnation to give him a head-on blow. The smoke screen was still raised. In addition to that, various magic shots and spears of light produced by Reincarnation were fired. For a few seconds it seemed that the fight was even, although in that the cloud of smoke began to give way, seeing a crimson flash, which was Issei. He was expelled as the barrier that was in the area was destroyed as if it were air. Reincarnation emerges from the rubble. He was somewhat bruised and had several blows all over his sculpted body. Wretched little pervert you love to touch so much, he said in a low voice while rubbing the damaged areas. Reincarnation-sama, are you okay? Asked one of his subordinates, although Reincarnation noticed the gazes of everyone who remained. Yes, I'm fine, he said, fixing his clothes with some magic. Listen, the Sekiryuutei is not someone you should underestimate. If so, you will die immediately. Understood, they all said. Traitorous pig, said Reincarnation as she took flight towards the city. Issei arrived at the house. He felt the presence of Asia Argento, as well as two others. One must be from that renegade priest, but the others could it be? Issei said, entering through one of the back doors. The place was a house which was empty. Is there no one? He said, noticing that there was no one else except those who were in the room. Upon arrival I noticed the various knocks and flashes resulting from a sword fight. What is that, a knife fight to the death? I think they are going to fight to the death with knives. She witnessed the battle between Fried and Sarah. Although her sister's level was very high, Fried had more experience in battles and more than one trick up his sleeve, which caused the brunette to be defeated and left injured on the ground with several shots to the legs. Although the straw that broke the camel's back was seeing how Asia Argento, for protecting Sarah, was hurt and treated that way, which undoubtedly made the brown-haired boy angry at the point of being about to leave, although seeing that the Gremry entourage came to help Sarah calmed him down a bit. Wait, Bucho, we have to take the nun, Sarah said to Rias, who was turning her back on the situation. Sarah, this magic circle only works on my family members. I can't bring anyone else, Rias said firmly. But in that she notices her brother looking at her from the shadows, Issei curses himself for not hiding better, so he simply smiles as an apology for everything. Bucho, we have to go back. Issei is here. Sarah, that's... Rias said, noticing the brown-haired boy, although by then the magic circle had already made the jump. At the place there were only Asia Argento, who was kneeling hiding her body, Fried, who was awakening after Kaneko sent him to the orbit of Saturn's fifth moon. After that, Reincarnation arrived with her subordinates. What the hell happened here? Fried. What? What did I do? You were supposed to take care of Asia, you bucking brute. Reincarnation said, scolding and hitting the priest, who was rubbing his head and crying comically because of the bumps on his head. Ouch, that Hexy fallen angel hit me really hard. Do you want to have Hex with me? Dream all you want, crazy, said Reincarnation, lifting Asia and fixing her clothes. If you do anything to Asia, I swear by the governor of the fallen angels and God, I will cut off your balls, said Reincarnation, a threat so serious that it made Fried and all the men cover themselves as a precaution. We're leaving. Yes, Reincarnation-sama. Yes, Hexy fallen angel boss. Issei, who was still in the shadows, simply sighed. This got complicated. Maybe, but we still have to be ready. Tomorrow is another day. Yes, said Issei, for the good of the world, for the good of my family, I will be the man of 1,000 faces. After that, Issei came home to rest. The next day, Issei was running through the park at full speed. He was using some magic to avoid getting tired, although he looked like a professional runner. The reason? Apparently Asia Argento had escaped from the church. All the fallen angels were deployed throughout the city looking for her. Besides that, there was still no news of Calawerner. Curse. Stop cursing so much, that wouldn't help at all. You shut up. It was a few seconds, maybe minutes of searching, when he noticed Asia's presence. Following the trail of energy left by her, he found the blonde. With her golden hair waving in the wind, she was sitting on a bench under a tree. Apparently she was praying. Since although Issei noticed her back turned, he could see the shape of her arms and how they were arranged. After finishing praying to God, Asia hears a branch breaking on the ground. Scared, she gets up and turns around, meeting Issei, who was somewhat tired from running all day. With his seals on his body, his magic reserves were almost zero. Issei-san? Issei-san, I'm glad you're here. I really appreciate it a lot. Asia said happily and relieved. She was a little scared of wandering alone, and felt like she was lost. Asia, I'm glad you're okay. I followed the trail you left, but don't worry, I hid it so no one else would notice. Tell me, you know the whole truth, right? Yes, Reincarnation-sama. She called me last night, and told me everything. In fact, she was the one who planned this escape and gave me a free way out. Reincarnation? Why? He said. Run as far as you can and don't look back. Don't trust anyone except Issei-san. Issei-san will help you. I understand. In that case we must leave the city as soon as possible, said Issei, looking towards the sky. Noticing that there were no fallen angels in the area, there doesn't seem to be anyone around. We can leave without problems. I understand, but Issei-san, can I ask you please? Do you need anything? Tell me. Please, could you go see the city before I leave? It's just that I've never been able to see a city, and I wanted to, said Asian nervously. Issei didn't understand exactly what she was trying to say, but he still smiled. I see, since you lived in the church your whole life you never saw a city from a tourist point of view. If that's the case then, said Issei, giving his hand to the blonde. Come on, Asia. She was surprised by that, but then smiled happily. Yes, I hope it's fun. They had both started walking together towards the park that was near the city center. Tell me, Asia. Yeah? I'm sorry, but I had to read your file, Issei said apologetically. Still, there is something that left me perplexed, and I wanted you to explain it to me, Issei said. Why, yes. Tell me, what happened for you to be expelled from the church? You are treated as a heretic by the church when you were previously revered as a holy maiden, said Issei. Issei noticed Asia's expression. It had changed. Her smile was the same as always, but her eyes reflected a great loneliness, an immense pain that only a few are capable of experiencing. You see, Issei-san, that's because of my sacred gear, Asia said. To your sacred gear? Said Issei. I understand. If you feel bad, leave it there. No, I must be honest with you, since you are risking a lot for me, said Asia, then took a breath. You see, Issei-san, I did not know my parents. They left me in a small church in Italy. A golden-haired girl had been left at the entrance of a church convent. In the small basket there was no note or anything. There was no name, much less an address. So the nuns of the convent could not leave the baby like that, so they adopted her and gave her a name, Asia Argento. The girl grew up normally among the sisters and the other children of the convent. She did not live with many comforts, but she was happy with the love of God. That is how she lived her entire childhood. But one day, during a mass, a small dog had entered. It was injured and exhausted. Then the girl, ignoring the cries of the pilgrims, prayed next to the dog, prayed with all her strength, prayed, and then a miracle happened. A green light enveloped the little animal that came out of the hands of the nuns. Girls and the little dog, healthy, woke up happy. From that day the girl had been named a holy maiden. She had been taken to a big church, where she could help the pilgrims who came from different places to be healed by the grace of God, transmitted by the holy maiden. Until that day there was a man lying down. The maiden had helped that man. A high command noticed that, and she was called a heretic, accused of witchcraft. A maiden who cures a demon is a witch. That was what they said then. She was expelled from the church, said Asia. Asia. I was wandering around with nothing, said Asia, who began to tremble with fear. Then, one day, sitting in a fountain under the rain, I felt that the punishment of the water had stopped. When I turned to look, a wing with black feathers appeared. A very pretty girl had stopped the rain with her black wings. A black angel who helped a witch, said Asia, remembering when she met Reincarnation. Since that time, I can go out without fear. Now Reincarnation-sama takes care of me. I will be your guardian angel, she told me that day. Asia, I shouldn't have asked you this, Issei said, taking Asia's hand. I'm sorry. Okay, I can see that Issei-san is carrying an equal weight. You should let them help you, Issei-san. Yes, I think so too, said Issei, but then he changed to a somewhat serious expression. Tell me, Asia, do you hate your sacred gear? Is that why you were expelled from the church? Asia smiled a wide smile, as bright as the sun. No, this sacred gear is a gift from God, a blessing that I must accept with all my faith. Since this is a test from God, I know that if I can overcome this, God will have a reward for me. I just have to believe and be firm, said Asia, faithful in her beliefs. Look, Issei-san, it's Sarah-san. Asia, you really are amazing. After this, the Danashik and Sarah incident occurred. Now Issei had a reason to be able to rescue the nun. More than a common good, she did not deserve to die. He would not let her die. He had reserved a lot of time. But when a dragon unleashes its wrath, the earth rumbles. Back to the present. Sarah's group moves among the shadows of the trees. They should already know we're here. It's not worth wasting time hiding us, Sarah said. It's true, said Kiba. Kaneko just kept walking as if nothing had happened. Now that I think about it, Kiba, Kaneko-chan, why are you helping me? Sarah said. Why did Bucho order it? Kiba said simply. No, I mean, there is no other reason, nothing else other than that loyalty to Rias Bucho. Well, the truth is that I have some problems with the fallen angels. Besides that, I don't like the exorcists. In fact, I hate them, said Kiba with a sharp look and a cold tone of voice. In fact, they felt the young man's killer instinct. That did surprise Sarah, since she had never noticed Kiba in that state. And Kaneko-chan? Kaneko stars at her senpai is too careless and crazy. I came to take care of senpai. I see, thanks, I think. We arrived, said Kiba. As she said, they were in front of the wooden door. Should we knock? Sarah said, and then Kaneko stood firm in front of the door and raising her leg she launched a powerful blow. The kick opened the doors wide. Inside the church was worse than outside. The curtains were all torn, the statues were decapitated. The benches where the faithful sat were damaged, and in front the stone altar was damaged too. Hi, but it's my favorite hexy demon, Sarah-chan. Oh, and she brought friends, what? Should we have a party or something, said the father. You bucking madman, said Sarah, preparing her sword for revenge. Ha, forks, I am the almighty Father Fried Zelsen, hello. Exorcist run, and of the crazy ones, said Kaneko with a flat face. And could you tell us where the lady we came to find is? Said Kiba. Everyone looked at him strangely, but to his surprise Fried answered. Yes, of course, my friend, you just have to pass the altar and behind it are the stairs to the basement where they are carrying out the ritual. Wait. And why did I say that? Kaneko activated her poker face level 100. Sarah had a face of not believing what she heard and Kiba just smiled freshly. Thank you? You're a fool. But thank you, said Sarah, preparing her katana and surrounding herself in a crimson aura. Now the edge of our swords will decide the fate of one of us. I hope you don't die at once, Fried. Kiba had stood next to Sarah. He had in his hands a double-edged medieval sword, the edge of which was a night black color. Wow, 2 against 1, that would be a foul, but it doesn't matter. I'm much stronger, said Fried. From his coat he takes out 2 silver pistols. Eat lead, he says at the same time he jumps and starts shooting like crazy. Take cover, says Kiba. Everyone had taken cover and had dodged the wave of sacred shrapnel, in that both swordsmen of the group come out of their shelters to greet Fried. The latter, seeing that his burst attack failed, decides to bet on a short-range battle, so he throws away his pistols and extracts 2 sword handles. From these the light took the form of a sword blade. So the 3 of them begin an exchange of swords in the middle of the battlefield. Kaneko stays down since she can't keep up with the battle between 2 knights and the exorcist. Only the clashes between metal and the details of the shimmering auras in the macabre darkness of the church could be heard. In that Sarah falls and runs again towards the altar where Fried appears to face her. The 2 begin an exchange of attacks. Although Fried shows superiority with his double weapon charge, Sarah can only defend herself and retreat before Fried's brutal attacks, which try to hit Sarah's blind spots. Ha, what's wrong? Hexy demon, is your body the only thing you have? You have too many openings, said Fried, making the brunette back off further. If I wanted to I would have killed you already, but you're fun. Shut up, you bucking exorcist. Come on, Sarah-chan, show your worth as a demon, says Fried. Then he launches a high thrust that seemed like it would finish Sarah off, but Kiba appears at the last second with his black sword. Using his little strength he pushes Fried away from Sarah. Sarah-san, over. Alright. Kiba advances towards Fried at a higher speed, at which point Fried clashes weapons with Kiba again at high speed, until they both end up in the center of the church. Not bad, pretty boy. You're not doing bad either, exorcist. Yes, but I'm better, said Fried, raising his other sword and trying to stab Kiba in the face. He jumps, avoiding serious damage. Kiba, over, said Sarah, running towards Fried at full speed. Sarah-san, I need your help. Ha, come on, everyone attacks at once, said Fried. Ah, both knights shouted as they rose up against Fried. He was simply handling his blades with elegance while spinning them and avoiding both swordsmen. It's not that they lack level, it's that I have too much level. You'll stop laughing after I hit you, said Sarah, attacking Fried with all her might. Do you know my sweet Sarah-chan? Said Fried. In a few movements he disarmed Sarah's attack. A barking dog doesn't bite. Fried had raised one of his swords and lunged at Sarah again. She blocked the blow with her katana sword, but she still had to take care of the other one that was in Fried's hand. That's what I say, Sarah said, throwing a kick that connected with the exorcist but failed to cause any damage. A barking dog doesn't bite. Kiba had appeared behind Fried with his sword ready. At his battle cry he launches his thrust, which Fried barely toughens with his 2 weapons. Even so, he notices when Sarah launches a low blow with her sword. Fried then gets rid of Kiba and blocks Sarah. Even so, Kiba attacks again once he steps on the ground and lunges at Fried at high speed. A deadly dance of swords forms between the 3 of them, where Fried is increasingly forced to retreat and defend himself. Sarah-san now, said Kiba. Yes, change. said Sarah, standing in front. Kiba attacks from one of the sides, but Fried still withstands the attack with complete confidence. I see that if you give them space they are capable of learning quickly. Not bad. Bucking demons, I will still kill them, said Fried. Both Gremry swordsmen prepare to break Fried's defense by attacking from both sides, then Sarah strikes with all her strength, forcing Fried to raise both swords in order to defend himself. Switch, Sarah says as she propels Kiba forward, Kiba's sword shining with dark flashes in the black night, while Fried raises his shining sword to defend himself. Kiba unloads his entire sword on Fried's sword of light, which at that moment begins to disappear. But what? I forgot to tell you, this sword can devour light, said Kiba at the same time he finished off Fried's sword, which was useless. A demonic sword that can devour light? You were late, Casanova, said Sarah. Sorry, I had to prepare it. Well done, Sarah-san, said Kina. You know I'm the best. I see, that maneuver changed. They were preparing the ground to release the demonic sword that devours light, huh? Ha 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 ha, well played. Bucking demons still, you know that won't stop me, right? Said Fried, who dropped the useless weapon and took another gun from his clothes since I am invincible. But then the earth shook from the sound of what sounded like a foot walking. That? Several loud bangs and explosions are heard outside, followed by screams of strength and despair. A powerful roar stops all noises at the same time as the roof of the church is torn off in one fell swoop, and what they saw in one fell swoop made they question the idea of reality. The sky that was darkened by the night was lit on fire, flames flew freely as well as trails of fire could be seen as stars in the firmament, which were lost in the sea of flames that rose through the air. Out of nowhere the head of a beastly being, a dragon, rose imposingly in space. The body of the fantasy creature was covered in a series of crimson scales as hard as iron armor, made to withstand the impact of an entire army, which was demonstrated by seeing a large group of fallen angels released a shower of light on the dragon, which simply received the full blow to show that they did nothing to it. From its jaws a powerful torrent of fire, as if extracted from the bowels of a volcano, it was expelled, burning everyone in its path. The monster roared as it spread its red wings in its arms. Its whip-shaped tail hit the ground where some of its enemies took shelter to crush some and make others take flight. Everyone was speechless. It had been many centuries since dragons stopped being creatures that would dominate the earth, yet this dress showed that those legends still lived, although Sarah was surprised to see a familiar brown hair on her head. Issei? Issei was on the head of that dragon, accompanied by Aquino and Rias, who could not believe what they were seeing, although Aquino was somewhat fascinated by the destruction and chaos. The dragon lowered its head to allow its passengers to get off. Mate, I'll take care of these fools. You go and save the nun, he said in a deep, imposing voice. Okay, good luck, Drake. Wish my enemies luck. A moment before, a magic circle had appeared on the ground near the abandoned church from the back. From it appeared the demon in charge of these lands, Rias Gremry, and her faithful queens Himejima Aquino. They were about to leave for the church when... Look what we have here, a couple of lost girls, said a voice that sounded like a childish girl's timbre, as well as somewhat arrogant and rude. Don't worry, little ones, we will send you to the other world, said a mature man's voice. Fallen angels, according to the ceasefire imposed by the three biblical powers, we should not be here, but I demand that you stop what you are doing and leave my lands, in the name of the Demon King. Then I, Rias Gremry, promise not to kill you, said Rias with authority. Her crimson hair began to wave like a crimson cape, and a thread of power was born from her body to cause intimidation on the part of her enemies, yet both fallen angels smiled without problems. Wow, big words for someone so small, young princess of Gremry. But I think it's over, since you're the ones who are going to die today, Danashik said as he snapped his fingers, as a horde of fallen angels rose in flight ready to kill both devils. Breaking news, Rias Gremry and her queen are killed by a group of fallen angels. What will happen next? The Crimson Mao, Chrysos Satan, declares war on the fallen angels, Danashik said with a hint of madness in his voice. You're crazy, you all are. A war will destroy us all, Rias said. So what? That will prove our superiority as a race. We fallen angels, who were the first to leave the war because of the idiocy of the governor and vice-governor, will claim our place as the strongest race of all, said Danashik. Now attack, kill them. Do you know? Gremory girl, your servants entered our base, but it doesn't matter since they're all going to die. So after killing them all here we're going to go find that Sekiryuutei kid. I know, I'll make him my slave, said Miltad. Ria started to get really upset when she heard Miltad's words, looking down on her servants? Hinting about taking part of their belongings? What a filthy mouth. If you dare to speak again, death will be a merciful fate, said Rias, expelling part of her great power. Due to the pressure of the aura, the ground beneath her began to crack in addition to raising her power. I see. In that case, if you kneel before me, I will let you live long enough to see it, Miltad said confidently. I'd rather die than kneel before a lowly being like you, crow traitor to his master, said Rias, extending one of her hands. The history of these lands passed into my hands. I am King Rias Gremory. If I show fear before someone like you, I will insult my noble home. Don't look down on me, you damned pure-blooded demon, Miltad said, throwing one of his spears of light. Rias releases a sling of family power passed down from generation to generation, the power of the crimson aura that was born from the union of Baal and Gremory, the power of destruction, a sling of energy that destroys everything in its path. The spear of light was no exception. One of that level was simply destroyed without a trace, yet they managed to dodge the last charge in time before being reduced to nothing. Damn, she's certainly a noble girl, said Miltad. Aquino, said Rias. Understood, Bucho, said Aquino. She had raised her hand while a bright light covered the demon. Her clothing changed from the Ko Academy uniform to a ceremonial outfit of a priestess from Japanese folklore. How should I treat them, Bucho? Aquino said, bringing her finger to her chin. I don't know. It's your decision. It's your battle, Aquino. Era. In that case, I can fight without holding back for a second. What is that? Some kind of otaku cosplay performance? Miltad said, looking at Aquino's outfit. Well, in that case we will fight, Aquino said. She quickly raised her right hand in the air. A bright yellow lightning magic circle had manifested punishment of the priestess of thunder. From the magic circle various thunderclaps fell upon the fallen angels in their path. The screams of agony and despair accompanied by pain were music to their ears. Era. Are they tired already? So fast? Okay. My turn, said Rias. She had concentrated a large amount of magic in her hands. In the center of her palms a sphere made of the power of destruction was formed, and then she released a blast of demonic energy. The mass of crimson energy had knocked down everyone in their path and reduced them to ashes. There were still several fallen angels left even after the massive attack of both Wani-sama, which bothered Rias. There are too many. Yes, I would say that the whole pack of fallen angels is here. Still, I won't go down without a fight. I'll take several with me, Rias said, ready and imposing towards her enemies. Both were ready to fight. Then a noise was heard, a rumble like glass breaking when they looked up at the barrier put up by Queen Gremory. In addition to the barrier of the fallen angels themselves had been turned down, giving way to what they looked like a sea of flames in the sky. At that moment everyone was mesmerized by the incredible spectacle in the sky. The trails of fire could be seen in the air. Still, something resembling a meteorite reached Earth. Wrapped in a fireball, it crashed between the demons and the fallen angels. Both sides were shielded for a few seconds and at the forefront of what would happen. Suddenly, a powerful wind blew away the clouds of dust. Rising on two majestic dragon wings, Issei Hyoudou gave off a power that froze many in place. Fallen angels, let's avoid unnecessary deaths, was the only thing he said. Danashik and Miltad glared at the plague they should have exterminated beforehand. Issei turned his slanted gaze towards Danashik, who stood slightly in fear, whereas Asia Argento. Respond. Damn brat, you'll have to come beat the information out of me, Danashik said in a fury. I was hoping you would say that, Issei said with a smile, when he disappeared and appeared next to Rias and Aquino, who were left speechless by this whole spectacle. Era, Bucho, when you told me that Hyoudou Issei-kun was special, I didn't believe how much you meant it, said Aquino. Neither do I. Sorry to arrive at this hour, I have a lot to explain, don't I? Said Issei. A lot, everyone now, and no more lies. Yes, he said with a sigh. Sarah is here, right? Yes, it is inside. Wow, not even her demon master could stop her. She is definitely stubborn. Yes, she runs in the family. I see it now, Rias said with her arms crossed. Speaking of stubborn, where are Reincarnation and Calawarner? I highly doubt they'd let them go to Grigori, Issei said. Do you know about Grigori? Well, is there anything you don't know? Said Miltad. I know several things, but not everything. Now tell me where they are. Those traitors must be getting a good punishment. Do you call the two fallen angels loyal to Azazel traitors? I stop getting in my head, pretty boy. It's a shame. If you weren't bad, you would be a great rival. Your level is very good. It's a shame. Ho, I'm sorry, but unlike those other two savages, I don't like to fight too much except when necessary. Well, now I'm really upset, Issei said, raising his left arm. And what will you do? Kindness. What? I'm talking, as I was saying, and what are you going to do, kill us? No, a friend will take care of that, said Issei. Suddenly a powerful light enveloped the entire battlefield, in addition to a hot wind that shook all the treetops. But what? You had to talk, idiot. Shut up, you're the one who's scared to death. Amazing, this power is similar to that of a high-class devil, said Akino, who was speechless at what she was watching. Even I have never felt such power from a high-class devil, Ria said, admitting that it was the first time she had felt such energy. Why is this not an energy that comes from a demon or an angel? It is the energy of a dragon, said Issei. Below him tongues of fire rose like dancing pillars which turned everything to ashes in their path. In the middle of the sea of fire under his feet a special portal would appear in which a small object floated in the middle of the sea of flames. Issei takes it with his left hand, the being that rumbled the earth and made the gods tremble in their days of glory. I give you the opportunity to return to the land that was once yours. Heaven and hell will burn with flames for your strength. Go ahead, Sekiryuutei. After that chant the sea of flames was extinguished. Seeing that only a dry and desert plain remained, everyone expected to see an explosion or a lake like that, although instead of that in Issei's hand there was a small sphere which seemed to give off some black smoke. Wow! All that show for that? I'm so disappointed, said Miltad. Nothing good will come of this. Fallen angel traitor Danashik, you must have guessed it, Issei said. Ready, friend? Of course, leave them to me, mate. Okay, Sekiryuutei arises, said Issei, throwing the sphere forward. As soon as it touched the ground the magic circle activated again, releasing another tornado of fire that took over the sky. The flames around the field began to form part of the wall of fire that spread everywhere, when they noticed that a huge thing split the wall in two. The first thing that was noticed was a huge head, accompanied by a long neck, in addition to extending its powerful arms which released a pair of crimson wings, that finished dissipating the fire that formed around it. What they saw finished setting off the alarms. It was a dragon, a legendary being shown in legends and tales. When they noticed that, everyone couldn't help but turn pale at its size and power, save by Issei, who remained calm. The monster's emerald green eyes gave off a desire to destroy everything, and fire and smoke escaped from the corners of its enormous jaws, giving it a terrifying appearance that frightened the fallen angels and the demons, who were grateful that they were not the ones to fight against that thing. Listen to me carefully, partner, we don't have much time, and I don't know how long I'll last in this body, so you better hurry up. It's certainly weird moving around in a body that's not my own again, but it should be okay since it's based on mine. So now, partner, let's go, said Drake, who started to move. I can't wait to see the white man's reaction. Drake had begun to advance rapidly. The heat given off by his skin caused steam to be expelled from it. That was because of the power spent in maintaining that form. Even so, when the fallen angels who had come out of the surprise were ready to attack the monster, a rain of spears of light had risen against Drake. Even so, nothing penetrated the brutal defense of scales. Foolish angels dyed black. For a pure dragon like me, light is nothing more than a game, said Drake. I will show you true power, he said at the same time that he opened his jaws. A torrent of flames was expelled from it which destroyed the enemies near him. Those who took shelter behind it tasted the pain of the lash of the tail of this dress which left nothing standing. Come on, let's get on Drake to get to the church safely, Issei said to his allies. Forks, let's go, Akino. Yes, but this is crazy. With time you get used to it, senpai, said Issei, winking at Akino, who didn't know what to say to that. The three took flight and reached the head of the dragon, which quickly advanced through the forest, while enduring the desperate attack of the black angels. Stop playing and take down that beast, said Miltad. Forks, the cry of euphoria of the fallen angels was silenced by the roar of the dragon which spat fire from its entrails. Forget where we are lost. If we kill the wielder, the sacred gear should disappear, said Danashik. But we should take over the Sekiryuutei. I'd rather kill it than risk being eaten by it, he said as he watched one of his companions being devoured. Good point. Drake had arrived at the church and using his powerful arms lifted the roof at the moment when Freed and the Gremry entourage were dueling. But what? What the hell is that thing? Dragon? At that Sarah noticed 3 people on top of the dragon. They were Rias, Akino and Issei. Onii-chan? Hello Sarah, I'm coming, said Issei. Drake, I'll leave the rest to you. You have, he said, looking at the Tilia critical that the glove had become 3 minutes. 3? We need to train this form more, said Drake, but there is plenty of time. I'll take care of it. Go save the nun. Okay, shall we go? Said Issei, heading towards Rias and Akino. Era, Bucho, I'm starting to like Hyoudou-kun, said Akino as she looked at the destruction and heard the screams of terror of her enemies. We will get along very well, she said as she hugged the boy. Ah, okay, said Issei. Akino, that's enough, Rias said, separating Akino from Issei and hugging him tightly against her chest. If he gets together with you, he'll become a sadist. I think that whoever can bring out a huge dragon out of nowhere is already quite the sadist. Look around you, said Akino. I don't care. I won't leave him, he said, looking at Issei, who was already blue from lack of air and with a specter similar to him coming out of his mouth. You're not going to be like that bad senpai Akino, are you? I think you killed him. That? Ha 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 ha, I didn't think I'd be with you until the day I saw this. Ha 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 ha, ooh, stomach ache, it was worth it, said Drake. Once near the church, the 3 of them got off the dragon's head, spread their demon and dragon wings, until they landed, facing Freed, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. He even shit himself. How disgusting, Sarah said as everyone looked at him with some disgust and took a step back. What? You didn't see that? Don't judge me, said Freed. That makes sense, Issei said. Now where's Asia? It's in the basement, Kiba said. Perfect, Sarah, I'm sorry, I should have told you the truth. I know you're angry and that you might not forgive me, but at least let me fix my mistake. I'm sorry, said Issei as he lowered his head. It's okay. I wasn't home the whole time either. I should have asked you what was wrong and kept an eye on you. I'm sorry too. Let's go rescue Asia and then I'll think about your punishment for lying to your cute older sister, said Sarah. Yes, hey, but you're going to punish me, but… No buts, you are a baka Onii-chan. I must punish you for lying to me. That's what you deserve, said Sarah. Everyone had a bitter smile and a drop of sweat on their heads. Oh, how nice, the brothers reconciled. It's a touching scene, but I don't care. They're all going to die, said Freed, who had aimed and fired his light weapon. Issei stands in front of Sarah with Kiba the same. Even so, Drake's tail gets in the way and the shots have no effect. When Freed looks up, the emerald eyes and a growl from the dragon were more than enough to stop the exorcist. Why, what things no? But this is not the end of Freed. You demon pull, said Freed, jumping back. From his clothes he took out a small sphere. As a wise man said, it is better to say that a coward ran here than to say that an idiot died here. See you, Sarah-chan. Issei-kun, said Freed, dropping the sphere on the floor. A curtain of smoke spread throughout the chapel. You won't escape, Sarah said, launching a slash that destroyed several wooden benches. Even so, Freed had escaped. Impossible. He's gone, but I doubt this will be the last time we'll see him, Kiba said. I just hope I can find him so I can hit him, Sarah said angrily. Let's focus on what we're doing, Issei said. Drake, how are you? Can you continue? Yes, I'm fine, we still have time. Plus there are still fallen angels scattered around the field. I highly doubt I can catch them all. Damn, Issei said. In that case, Akino, Sarah and I, who are the best magic users of the environment, will help the Sekiryuutei to stop the remaining angels. Besides that, Sarah's sword will be useful to us. Hyoudou, Kaneko, go with Issei and save the nun. Remember that I will not forgive you if you have the audacity to die, Rias said firmly with confidence. Let's rescue the nun and return to the club. Forks was the general response of all the demons. You heard Drake, you will have help to find the others, said Issei. Understood, they will be useful, although I do not guarantee their safety. Drake, what's wrong? Aren't you a legendary dragon? It's one thing to be a super cool dragon like me and another to be a babysitter. Ah, whatever you say, useless reptile. Ungrateful and rude dwarf, if it weren't for the fact that you are my container, I would have stepped on you. Shut up, come on. Oni-chan, are you talking to that thing like that? Sarah said, a little scared. That? That's a good-for-nothing dragon. Legendary reptiles are only good for trouble. So shall we go, Sekiryuutei-sama? Rias said somewhat nervously. At least the Mao's little sister respects me, said Drake, looking at the angels hiding among the trees. Okay, I'll need you to get them out of their nests. Okay, let's go, Akino. Understood, Bucho, said Akino, who turns to look at Issei and winks at him, while smiling. Issei blushes slightly, and Drake starts laughing again. I will never forget this moment. My partner becomes a man. Drake. So ignoring that and the looks of Sarah and Rias, the group of demons and dragons see behind the altar. As Fried said, there was a hidden staircase that led to a tunnel and several rooms. Over here, said Kaneko. That's right, Issei said. So they followed the path led by Loli towards a large wooden door which was closed with a padlock. Closed, perfect, Issei said sarcastically. Kaneko-chan, would you mind playing? Kiba said. From inside you can see how the door is knocked down, courtesy of Kaneko. Inside the room you could see that there were a lot of renegade exorcists all covered in black cloaks like a sect. In the center of the room were Asia, who was dressed only in a white robe, chained by her arms and legs on a kind of stone cross, looking like she was in a trance. Next to her were Reincarnation and Calawarner, both chained and with wounds all over their bodies. I see, save Asia, you must save Asia, Reincarnation said as she could despite the pain she was experiencing, although she was silenced by a kick from an exorcist. Shut up, you damn traitor, no one will interfere with Sakiryuutei-sama's plans, said the man who kicked her in the face. I'll finish you when I'm free. Enough already, King, if you continue like this, they will kill us, said Calawarner. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Hey, exorcist. That? You just signed your own sentence. Enough with the jokes, said the fallen angel leader of all. Attack, kill them! Forks, said the exorcists as they rushed towards the intruders. Issei had prepared his twilight critical, yet all the exorcists took out their lightsabers. I won't let a group of low-class devils interfere with Sakiryuutei-sama's plans, much less a child die, said the exorcist who was closest to Issei. Although before receiving the blow a sword stood between Issei and the assassin who wanted to kill him, Kiba had pushed the attacker back. You are very confident, kid, Kiba said to Issei. Don't tell him, kid, besides I noticed when you were getting ready. If I moved I would only get in your way, said Issei, although with all this, why are you helping me? Sarah-san would get really upset with me if something happened to you, that and I like you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kiba. Likewise, Kiba-kun, my name is Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you, friend. Friend. Men are really too simple, said Kaneko. I am toujours Kaneko. At the academy we couldn't talk properly. That's right, I'm sorry, Issei said. Kaneko just nods her head in the affirmative. Well, Kiba-kun, toujours-san, I'll leave it to the exorcists, can you? That fallen one and I have things to settle, Issei said. Wow, your family is hot-blooded. This will be fun, Kaneko said. So while Kiba and Kaneko were taking care of the exorcist, Issei was running while dodging and hitting several exorcists in his path. One suddenly jumps out from behind the brown-haired boy. You're dead. That's what I should say. A flying bench had hit that poor man and sent him unconscious against the wall. Thank you, Tuja-san. Kaneko, you are very reserved. Tell me, Kaneko, said Kaneko as she hit another exorcist and knocked him unconscious. It's okay, Kaneko-chan, said Issei. Kaneko blushed slightly but recovered and threw a punch towards another exorcist. Then a macabre green light covers the room. When they look up, beneath the cross, a magic circle begins to shine and spin around them. An invisible force takes hold of her as she begins to scream in agony. Ah! Asia, Issei saves Asia. Ah! To everyone's ears, Asia's life was escaping due to that heartbreaking scream, and the green aura intensified around her body. Asia! Ha 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 ha, it's useless, it's already started. Issei ran at full speed towards the altar. Even so, the light bullets and swords were a serious problem. Already desperate, Issei jumped on some exorcists, and then took flight. His fist had been wrapped in magic and heat. Hitting the floor of the room with all his strength, he managed to crack it, which impressed everyone. Kiba-kun, Kaneko-chan, take cover, Issei said. Both demons had risen into the air with their wings. Sea of flames. A wave of intense blue fire had spread from the cracks in the ground. The exorcists, lacking the ability to fly, ended up burning and perishing instantly from the flames. You are someone quite interesting, Sekiryuutei, but it's a shame, it's all over now, said Zakiel. He had activated a green magic circle. From it a mist formed of green aura had spread and covered Asia's body, which screamed in pain. In addition to her body began to convulse and retract. When it was all over, the green aura had stopped. Asia had stopped moving and had fallen exhausted. Her emerald green eyes no longer reflected her life, and in the middle floated calmly the rings representing the twilight healing. No, we failed, said Calawarner. Damn it, said Reincarnation, who was wrapped in heart-wrenching cries. Asia, Issei said, spreading his dragon wings and flying towards the altar. It doesn't matter, nothing matters anymore with that. With this I will be unstoppable, said Zakiel as he introduced the rings into his body. The emerald green aura covered his entire body. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I did it. Stupid Azazel and Shemhaza. With this I will claim my place as the true governor of Gree. He couldn't finish because Issei had kicked him. That sent him crashing against the stone wall. In addition to that, he destroyed the magic circle and the cross under Asia in one blow. Asia, said Issei, who had started to check her vital signs. She's weak, but she has a pulse. I can still free her, said Issei, creating a blade of wind that cut through Reincarnation and Calawarner's chains. Kiba, Kaneko-chan, please help them. They're friends. Wait, Hyoudou-kun, said Kiba. But Issei had already left through the hole in the ceiling formed by an attack from Kaneko. Having passed between the stone floors, he reached the altar. The place was calm, but in the distance he heard Dre's roars. We won the battle, but at what cost? Said Issei, laying Asia down on one of the still stable benches. Asia, talk to me, Asia. I know you're okay. We can help you, Asia. Asia, who was about to fall asleep, slowly opens her eyes, noticing Issei, and smiles happily. But without strength. Issei-san, I'm very happy to see you here today. Asia, don't talk, don't waste your strength. We will help you soon. I have already called someone who can. Do you know? Issei-san, ever since I came to this city I only wanted to make a friend. That was my dream, but I think I will not be able to. My body was not strong enough to withstand the Lord's test. If you can do it, Asia, I'll be your friend. We're friends. I'll show you my other friend Sarah, my older sister, but you mustn't die, not like this, Issei said, starting to shed tears. Don't go, don't leave me alone, not again. Okay, Issei-san, it's time for you to go to the presence of the Lord. God is not that cruel, he won't allow this, Asia, Issei said, desperately moving the blonde. Issei-san, you're shedding tears for me. That's so cute. You're a good man. I know that I would like to stay by your side if I could be reincarnated in another body. I want to be born in this country. I want to meet Issei-san and all his friends. I want to be by your side, but I won't be able to. I will always pray for you. Goodbye, Issei-san. Don't shed any more tears for me. Real men don't cry. Yes, we do. We men cry. Asia, I don't want you to go. You don't deserve to die like this, Asia. Fight. I'm not that strong, thank you, Issei-san, said Asia as she raised her arm. Issei takes it and squeezes her cold hand. I know that the Lord will have me in his glory, she said as she finally closed her eyes and embraced the end of her story. Before Issei's eyes, death extended her hand towards her and claimed her soul, only leaving the calm body of this girl who, despite having lived through hell, never stopped believing and dreaming. Asia. There's nothing you can do now. It's a shame you failed, brat, he heard a voice behind him. What do you mean? And how did you manage to survive that blow? Issei said without any feeling in his voice, as if waiting for this moment. Wow, you have good eyesight. I'll show you. See this? This cut was made by your knight friend down there. I'll have to repair it, said Zakiel, showing a slightly deep cut on his arm. From his hands a bright emerald green aura emerges to wrap around the wound and close it as if nothing had happened. Great. Did you see that, Sekiryuutei? This power is simply a miracle from God. Give it to him. I'll return Asia's shine now, Issei said. The rings? Ha 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 ha, you're even dumber than I thought. But don't worry, I'll send you right to her, said Sekiryuutei. Although the atmosphere around Sekiryuutei changed completely, noticing that the night was darker and colder than usual, a particular feeling adorned the environment and condemned the hearts of those who insulted Asia's memory. Drake, let's end this already, Issei said, calling out to the beast who roared in response to his companion. Suddenly a blinding glow of a crimson tone dried Sekiryuutei for a few seconds. When he regained vision in his eyes, he noticed the glow of the emerald gems, which had the macabre glow of eternal night and of the souls in torment of those who reside in the crimson purgatory. Cursed plague, I will sink your entire soul into the cursed flames of dark Hades, said Issei, his loose hair hiding his bloodthirsty sight, victim of the anger that pours out within him for Asia. They had awakened the dormant wrath of a dragon, they had to pay for their sin. Chapter 8. The Calm After the Storm. I'm going to sink your soul into the dark Hades, said Issei as the blood-colored glow flooded the environment, marking a path of crimson blood that shone with the intensity of a ruby. Right in the young man's hands, the sacred gear sent as a gift from God to man shone like a torch. The emerald gem flashes with macabre desires of those who were victims of its power in times past by Asia, he said, looking up. Sekiryuutei froze in place, flooded by a terror that in all his years of existence he never believed he felt. He fought against the judges of hell and the stars of heaven, but he never came to experience such a feeling of fear, terror that eats away at your bones and evaporates your blood. His eyes, one flooded his pupil with the flame of hatred, rage, the feeling of revenge, a powerful crimson sun that dominated the darkness of the night. The other, the right one, that was the one that gave off the most terror. He did not feel hatred and rage in it, simply evil in its purest expression, distilled from the darkness of the void itself that tore reality apart and exposed souls in pain and sorrow. Pure evil, it was purple, an intense red pupil turned over a sea of darkness, in addition to a demonic mark. Why, that was what it was, a mark that would leave any high-class demon as a simple child before that monster of darkness, traveled by a path of evil and darkness that seemed to have no beginning or end. The mark of a demon. Still, his pride was greater than his fear, showing it in his poorly feigned expression of triumph over his growing fear. Ha 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 ha. And that doesn't matter to you, since I am a superior being to you, filthy human, said Sekiryuutei, letting his 4 black wings be seen, revealing a fallen middle class scared. You can't do anything against me, since I am a he couldn't continue because Issei, fed up with his voice, moved at high speed, giving him a right hook in his jaw that silenced him. He, from what I see, some real idiot made you angry. Besides, you remember that phrase, you know what it means, right? Drake asked his bearer to be sure. Issei simply limited himself to nodding his head affirmatively. Good, it means the complete destruction of our enemy. Sekiryuutei was truly upset, and also somewhat hurt. That dwarf had great strength, yet his pride won him over again, and despite his legs shaking with terror, he stood up again towards his enemy. Ja. Brad, if you think you're going to scare me with that, you're very. The scene repeated itself again. Issei moved at great speed this time, stabbing his left fist directly into his torso. The sound of bones being demolished was heard as Sekiryuutei vomited a large amount of blood. Garya, he said, grabbing the area affected by the blow. Then he spits and coughs, trying to catch his breath. What the hell are you? He said when he saw that a mere human was humiliating him like this. And that despite everything he hadn't used the sacred gear correctly. That damn brat was making fun of him. Stop bucking with me, what the buck are you? As much as you are the Sekiryuutei, you're still a human. It's not possible that a mere human could have left me in this state, said the fallen one, already in pitiful conditions. Shut your mouth, said Issei, your voice dislikes me. You should cut off your tongue and stop talking, said Issei, giving him a right hook, which broke his jaw. Sekiryuutei covered his mouth with the blood that came out like a fountain of water. Wait, you don't understand. I don't want to understand, he said, kicking him in the ribs, breaking a couple of them in the process. The only thing I understand is that your greed condemned the life of an innocent person. You must pay for that. Wait, please wait, I'll give you everything you want, fame, money, women, everything you want, but please stop killing me, Sekiryuutei said, pleading for some of the young man's kindness. Whatever you want? He asked in a neutral tone that Sekiryuutei couldn't recognize, but he still agreed, hoping that his torture would end. I want Asia back. That? Yes, it is impossible, said Issei in a low, calm, serene tone. Then, it is also impossible to forgive you, said Issei, grabbing his shirt. Fly, little bird, he said, hitting him with his sacred gear. the sacred gear and collided with Zadkiel's face, deforming it and sending it behind Issei, directly towards the stone altar, which shattered when it collided with Zadkiel's back. The fallen angel let out a cry of pain and agony. Already fed up with this, the fallen angel let out a war cry as he fired a large spear of light. The yellow tip flashed as it made its way directly to Issei's throat, who simply hit it with his fingers, sending it away. Even so, Zadkiel, still feeling the adrenaline and hatred that blinded his pain, moved at high speed with his wings towards Issei, who simply blocked the kick that came towards him. Zadkiel, taking advantage of the proximity, launched another blow that was blocked without any problem. In that, the fallen unloaded a series of powerful kicks and punches that Issei blocked without any problem, although Zadkiel's boldness and determination rewarded him with a blow that hit Issei in the face. Smiling happily to show his power, he was scared to see that Issei simply sighed in boredom, still with his fist on his cheek. He grabbed the fallen angel's wrist and squeezed it with great force, breaking it like a wand. Zadkiel screamed in pain as he knelt on the ground, crying, trying to heal his wounds with Asia's sacred gear. Ending this, Zadkiel summoned a sword of light, the particles of light that formed the Furin blade sent out by Zadkiel in a last desperate attempt to kill the boy, although it blindly collided with Issei's glove. "What's wrong with you? Let me ask you a question, is that all? Why, if that's so, let me tell you that I'm disappointed in you," Issei said to Zadkiel's face, who exploded with rage again. Although the cry of hatred faded to give way to the intrepid pain of the left fist digging into his stomach, although Issei softened his gaze and smiled, while caressing the expression of pain on Zadkiel's face, "You're desperate, aren't you? You're wishing for this torment to end." Yes, she must have felt that too, that feeling, wishing for some justice, pity. The next thing the fallen man felt was being thrown towards the wall of the church, which had been given way at the first blow, releasing a curse followed by some blood from his entrails. He wrote in pain and agony. Issei walked towards his prey to continue his punishment. The smile that flooded their faces contracted mutually, as if wanting to prevent it from coming out, to make it noticeable that he enjoys revenge on others. A feeling of pleasure arose from within him when he saw the angel on the ground, writhing and crying for mercy. Zadkiel raised his clenched hand in the shape of a fist to hit him, yet Issei simply blocked it with his palm as he grabbed his arm and bent it before breaking it. The dry sound of the broken bone and Zadkiel's scream filled Issei with joy. He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and lifted him into the air as if he was nothing. In that, he flooded his boosted gear with darkness, and giving an upward blow, he hit Zadkiel as he sent him back to the altar, of which there was nothing left, ending up breaking his damaged arm, in addition to being on the verge of fainting. Zadkiel, who was about to lose consciousness, looks down to the front, seeing how the brown-haired boy continues his slow walk towards him. His expression was confused, between scared and happy, yet seeing his dark lost look made him jump from his consciousness, and he wanted to escape. So this time, listening to his instinct, he spread his wings and shot off into the sky, looking for a way to escape, hide and never come out again, since he knew that he would look for him. Hey, who told you that you could fly away?" Issei said to no one in particular. His thoughts simply escaped him, so he flashed his dragon wings, which gave an even more macabre touch to his image, and with a flutter he crossed the space and cut the distance with Zadkiel until he landed behind his back. The fallen man turns in terror as he sees the shadow of death looming over him. Good night. Launching a cut with the claw of his glove, Issei amputates 2 black wings, in addition to causing a large wound to Zadkiel. He screams in pain as he falls to the ground. An ugly sound is heard as he lands forcefully against the pavement. Ha 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 ha. A sweet sound, like the melody of an angel, was heard from the lips of the child, who looked like a living demon, continued humming and laughing as he approached Zadkiel to continue playing. "Buddy, what's happening?" That's enough, said Drake, speaking for the first time, in a low tone to calm, in addition to the glove giving off flashes of green and red energy, which mix with the intense black of the power that comes from the young man. Issei then makes a face of disgust, before lowering his face. Keep control. You can do it, mate." Issei begins to tremble slightly as he tries to stay sane. After a while, the energy flowing from him begins to disappear, giving way to him recovering some of the humanity in his gaze. When he sees again, Overexalted and trembling slightly, he sees how Zakiel tries to heal himself as quickly as he can in a desperate attempt to escape from him. He does not blame him, he himself would like to escape from that. Even so, he knows that the only way to keep him calm is to claim a life, a soul for another. Every sacrifice is justified for the sake of peace, he said to himself, looking at Asia. I hate this about my job. You are not the only one. He sighed, then summoned the sword he had obtained on the mountain. Time to put you to use, he said, and then began to hum a melody, an ancient spell, which cleared the night and left the full moon exposed, although it was not the usual one. Its silver color was darkened by an infernal shadow that embraced the dawn of the night and left the demons and angels on pause. The golden glow of its handle, as well as the crimson fire of its blade, were extinguished to give way to a deadly shadow that formed between the handle and the blade. Black flames were born from its blade as Issei contemplated his weapon. Zakiel, who turned once again towards Issei, recognized the flames on his weapon. Hell flames, what? Who are you? She said in a panic, and the edge of madness could be detected in her voice. Me, who am I? Curiously, I have asked myself that same question for a long time. Well, goodbye, fallen angel, said Issei. Zakiel tried to get up, although his speed was not as fast as his opponent, who landed a straight cut on his chest, followed by several in various parts of his body, arms, legs, wings. Everything had been hit. Zakiel closed his eyes in fear, believing that when he opened them he would find his limbs and entrails scattered on the floor. Although all he saw was Issei giving him a beating, about to put away his weapon. Noticing that he did not have any wounds, he watched with open eyes as the brat insulted him to the point of not wanting to finish him off. That unexpectedly filled him with anger. A blinding anger that was born at the base of his neck and reached his throat to come out in the form of a scream. He released his frustration and created a spear of light ready to kill him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Shut up, he said, and acting like a Spartan, he launched himself towards Issei with his spear in front. Issei simply put his weapon back in his holster and took a step forward. At that, Zakiel was suddenly invaded by a pain, a mortal desire to die. As he looked at his arm, his madness reached another level. Ah, what did you do to me, monster? I just did some justice for Asia. Zakiel's cut had not severed his arm, it was worse. From the cut an infernal flame was born and consumed slowly and painfully. The worst thing was that, the insane and intense pain that devoured him with the calm of a murderer. Please help me. You remember the basement, Asia, she screamed in agony, desperate from the pain of feeling her soul being torn from her body. Because of your cursed ambition, Asia is dead. This is what you deserve, for your soul to be consumed by the flames of purgatory, said Issei, directing all his rage and hatred towards Zakiel. Please, no more, Zakiel said in total madness. Every time he felt like he was going to faint from the pain, something hit his consciousness, waiting for him to suffer as much as necessary. Issei watched him with a mix of rage and hatred, as well as indifference to his pain, yet a glimmer of compassion could be seen in his dead gaze. His childish self screamed at him that this was wrong. From the depths of his conscience he knew it, and he didn't want to see him anymore. Letting out a sigh of resignation, I don't like to see people suffering, at least not me. It's something I can tolerate, so please, just disappear into oblivion without glory or honor, said Issei. The brown-haired man had created a large sphere of dragon power in his glove, so he launched a sphere of red energy with black touches which revolved around the attack itself. An enormous torrent of energy which erupted from Issei's hand reached Zakiel, who smilingly accepted the compassionate fate of a quick death rather than the immense torture of purgatory. The last thing the fallen man exclaimed was a big thank you directed towards no one in particular, before the sepulchral silence flooded over that church devastated by war. Issei looked at the sky. The purple firmament with orange and yellow flashes of dawn indicated that it was already dawning on this land. So he simply walked towards where the fallen angel had been standing, of which nothing remained, nothing but a sinister and beautiful rain of black-dyed feathers. Wow, it's macabre, but at the same time it's beautiful, said Issei, watching as the dawn gave the feathers a whitish touch, as if the still angelic quality of these beings withered with sins were shining. Among the rain of blackish feathers a timid emerald flash could be seen. Issei smiled with bitterness and pain as he saw the pair of rings which shone like two small points of light in a storm. He stretched out his arm and took both objects, contemplating what would perhaps be the closest thing he would see to immortality on this plane. Even so, he shook his head and looked back. Despite the destruction and the fact that the church practically ceased to exist, Asia slept peacefully, calmly, a porcelain doll whose expression of peace was forever captured on her face. It's a shame that she had to die to find the peace that she had lasted for so long in life. Wow, it's been a long time since you used my power, partner. That fallen angel really made you angry, but on top of that, you hadn't used part of your true power in a long time. Gosh, what an interesting wielder. Drake tried to speak to distract his partner, who didn't seem to pay attention to him. I'm really sorry, partner. I'm sorry, he repeated over and over again, looking at Asia. You have no reason to apologize, Drake. It's not your fault. It's mine, said Issei as he got on his knees and took Asia's hand delicately, with such care that you would believe that if it were touched it would break like glass. This is yours, you must have it. You look good with them, you can go out now. Sarah Wani-chan, Rias-senpai. From the shadows, Rias and Sarah emerged. Curiously, Akino was not there. I expected nothing less from the Sekiryuutei. Red Dragon Emperor, the being that was feared by gods and Mao alike, knew we were here before. Is that why you gave that speech about not being cruel? Rias said. It's not that. The truth is that he doesn't like to make people suffer. Whatever you are, said Issei. Sarah, Akino, and Rias had gone to help Drake defeat the hordes of fallen angels, although they only limited themselves to attacking him. Get them out of their hiding places while the powerful dragon destroyed them with his breath, crushed them with his tail and body, or even crushed them between his infernal jaws and then spit them out. Drake will never eat a fallen angel again. They don't taste like chicken. Sarah Wani-chan, I will understand if you are angry with me or scared of me, but Issei's voice broke with each word. In his life there are many who can ensure his strength, although he preferred to carry a battle look, a war wound, than the weight of fear or the resentment of a loved one, of his older sister. Sarah, who remained silent as a grave, slowly walked until she was by his side. Seeing him like that, with his dull gaze observing Asia's body, broke her heart, so she did the only thing she thought would be best for him. She sat next to him and hugged him, a hug full of the feelings of love between siblings. Issei, faced with such familiar warmth, couldn't take it anymore. He hugged his sister tightly as he cried over Asia's death, relieving the feeling of helplessness. Okay, calm down, don't cry, Baka Oni-chan. No matter what you do, you'll always be my silly, loud, and beloved little brother. I know this is hard, and when you're ready I'll listen to you. Just trust me, Sarah said as she continued stroking Issei's hair. Still, you couldn't help but do that? Whatever you did, I can't imagine what Akino would have felt if she were here. Well, maybe hugging you, Rias said with a fake smile and a twitch in her right eye. It's the safest thing, said Issei, more recovered but still with his eyes red. Thanks, Sarah Wani-chan. No problem. Did you leave Akino-senpai to clean up the mess? Issei asked in the queen's absence. Rias was slightly surprised, but then smiled with some pride. I expected nothing less from you. You are special. Well, I knew it since I saw you. Since he saw me from the old building, or since he spies on me everywhere, said Issei with some mockery, leaving Rias redder than a tomato. Never underestimate my sense of smell. That, and the fact that your perfume is very strong. What? But rose extract. By the way, are Kiba and Kaneko-chan okay? Yes, they are helping the prisoners of that Satkeel or something. They were surrounded when we arrived. Nothing we couldn't handle. By the way, since when do you call Kaneko so informally? Said Rias, referring to Chan. Issei simply smiled somewhat mischievously. While winning, let's say it's a secret between classmates. We're from the same year. Sarah, after releasing her brother, went down to help her companions, in addition to making sure to clear the pathway, since due to the confusion there were still renegade exorcists hiding, leaving Rias and Issei behind. A deathly silence formed between them, uncomfortable for the demon. The brown-haired boy simply limited himself to watching Asia's dead body. Among the silence, Rias heard the sobs that escaped from the young man, in addition to murmuring things of helplessness and weakness, in addition to telling himself that he should have acted sooner. At that, Rias could not stand it any longer. Her heart broke to see someone so full of life break down at a loss. No matter how strong he may become, he is still human. Rias then kneels down and hugs the young man from behind. These are things of destiny. Human life is very short, and many times those born with the mark of God can die before their time. You should not blame yourself. I doubt Asia Argento would have liked to see you like this. At that, Issei turned to look at her. 2 bright lines of tears could be seen on his cheeks. Rias's heart skipped a beat seeing him like that, so fragile. He didn't look like a powerful warrior or a mystical beast, simply a child. Then he hugged her tightly. Seeking the shelter of an older person, Rias hugged him tightly, letting him cry on her shoulder. You are special without a doubt, said Rias, caressing Issei's hair like Sarah did, and regarding this girl, she can cure demons, right? Issei was surprised by her question. He still answered while wiping away his tears and separating from her. Yes, I confirmed it when I healed Sarah in the battle against the fallen angel Danashik, said Issei. Well, it's decided. Your ability can't be wasted, said Rias, separating herself from Issei and walking towards Asia. In that, from her pocket she took out a blood-red chess piece. Your ability will be of great help in a group like mine. Besides, this way I can make sure that you will join me, right? Said Rias, winking at him. Issei didn't say anything, but he had an hour of sweat on his 100, something that Rias didn't notice. An evil bishop piece, Issei said, looking at the bishop piece with interest. Era, do you know the evil pieces? Just the basics. I don't know much, honestly, Issei said sincerely. Well, that makes things easier for everyone. This girl's capabilities will be better exploited with this piece. What do you think? Rias said, also asking since she didn't believe that Issei would attack this girl's beliefs for being a faithful servant of God. Issei meditated for a few seconds, until no, I don't object. In fact, I wanted to ask you if I could reincarnate you, but I didn't think I had the right to ask you anything. It's okay, you can ask me whatever you want. I don't think it looks good. Whatever. We better hurry up, since she's in this state it's easier. The bishop has the characteristic of always following her family faithfully. In addition, it is a piece that is characterized by using magic power. This girl has a very high magic ability. It's very good. I'm glad I still have a piece of these since I can use the other one, said Rias, drawing Issei's attention. I, Rias Gremory, command you by my name, Asia Argento, allow your soul to walk the world once more under my command. As your master I offer you a new life, said Rias, doing the reincarnation ritual. With a red magic circle under Asia's body, it began to shine as the piece entered directly into the blonde's chest. With one more glow the piece merged with Asia. Issei was nervous and somewhat restless. It was not that he did not trust Rias or the evil pieces, but he preferred to do things himself, even remembering the legend of the Holy Grail, which could revive someone. Even so, he remained expectant when he saw that Asia finally showed signs of life. It was known because her chest began to expand and contract, a sign that she was beginning to breathe normally. Issei looked at Rias and she nodded, letting out a sigh. Issei, faster than lightning, sat next to the blonde who was beginning to wake up completely. What happened, Issei-san? Said Asia. But before asking another question, Issei hugged her with all his strength. Don't say anything anymore. It's okay, I'm glad you're okay, said Issei, hugging the blonde closer. Rias watched that scene from the back with a fake smile and a clear sign of jealousy, although she was happy that this was over, although at that point a voice was heard behind them. Wow, Issei-kun did it, said Kiba, who was leaving the labyrinth of tunnels under the church helping both black-feathered angels, who despite being tired could feel the change in the environment from inside. They sighed with relief when they saw that everything had returned to normal. Although they noticed how now their protection in Issei's arms emanated the demonic aura. At that, both of them made flat faces, and they emanated blue auras. Azazel-sama will be very upset when he finds out that we let Asia and her sacred gear escape, Reincarnation said in a low voice. I really don't want to go back to Grigori, I'm really scared, said Kalawarner in the same conditions. Despite the punishment they were both going to receive, they couldn't help but feel relieved that their friend was okay. It was a fact that the Gremory treated their servants well. Asia would be fine, although in that case, the truth hit them both like a bucket of cold water. Issei, you defeated Zatkiel alone? They both asked. Yes, well, more or less. At that simple question, Reincarnation simply sighed and tiredly shook her head. On top of that, Kalawarner laughed gracelessly with a bitter smile. How strong can you be, a child? Kalawarner said in a tired question. I don't know, but don't worry. I will personally talk to Azazel about this matter. He must hear some complaints, said Issei, seeing the whole mess. Both Fallen looked at the young man. Although it seemed almost impossible, white wings sprouted from Issei's back, a halo appeared on his head, and a holy light illuminated him in which a choir of little angels could be heard, despite their wounds and their terrible condition. Both threw themselves on the young man, giving him a big hug in which they shouted gratefully, as well as giving him a few quick kisses that left the young man red as a tomato. How fast! Thought Kiba, seeing how both of them fell, which were in their arms were now on the brunette. Although Rias's gaze was of pure rage, Sarah was sharpening her sword, and Akino was also more than upset. Kaneko had hidden her face well, but it was always noticeable, in addition to throwing hateful glances at everyone's breasts. Asia had wet eyes and was pouting where she was. The first to get fed up with this was Sarah. The brunette approached them and literally tore Issei from his comfortable prison, while hugging him tightly enough. Leave my brother alone. Go and report this to that leader of yours. Go away. Chew, 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 said Sarah while protecting her brother with her sword. In addition to having him in her arms, poor Issei was dizzy and very red. That's right, go fly and report this to Azazel and tell him that I, Rias Gremry, sent him to keep an eye on his subordinates, Rias said while also hugging Issei. Akino, who didn't say anything, simply hugged Issei from behind while casting lightning-like glares at the fallen angels. What? And what will they do if we don't want them? Said Reincarnation, starting to get annoyed. Then I'll have to send them by force, Rias said, preparing her power of destruction. Try it, demon, Reincarnation said, preparing her spear of light, calling Rias demon in a mocking manner. I'll make you swallow all your feathers before you know it, Rias said. Sarah had prepared her demonic katana. Akino had started throwing lightning bolts. Calawarner had prepared his spears of light. Come on, stupid demon, lightning milk cow and overprotective sister, let's split the cheese, said Reincarnation, ready to fight. What did you call us, sixth fall? You also have fake breasts. They're real. Issei was panicking, noticing this. Standing in the middle of two angry women was like being in the middle of two volatile forces about to explode. Now, multiply that by 5, plus add to the equation all kinds of superhuman abilities and powers. He became more scared as he saw how Kaneko began to thunder her fists ready to kill. Emergency, case of female anger, all men for themselves, Kiba said, throwing himself behind one of the columns that were still standing. Issei-kun, if you want to live, run, run. Issei looked at the scene and was tempted to follow Kiba's advice, but then he sighed knowing what he had to do. Stop, Issei shouted, drawing the attention of the 6 Amazons. You know what? I wouldn't like you to hurt each other, Issei said, scratching his cheek quite nervously, more because of the result of this than his own words, although that caused the 6 girls to blush and more than one to have nosebleeds. If he were a pure angel he would have fallen already, said Calawarner. I understand you. After calming the waters, and against all odds, Asia managed to cure everyone, especially the 2 fallen angels who were already at the entrance ready to say goodbye. The truth is that they regretted recruiting Asia to the demon troops, but they were still more than happy that she would find good people to help with her gift. I hope to see you soon, Asia, Reincarnation said, speaking to her former protégé. Yes, I hope to see you soon, Reincarnation-sama. You know, you shouldn't call me so formally, since you're like a little sister to me, Reincarnation said. Reincarnation Wani-sama. Hey, that's better, said Reincarnation, hugging the blonde, grow-strong Asia. And if one day you need a hand or someone bothers you, just call me. I will destroy whoever tries to lay a finger on you. Thank you, Reincarnation Wani-sama. There's you and your tears. Everyone smiled at that scene, yet Issei was overcome with guilt. He must have needed a devil to save Asia. If Rias hadn't been there, then he shook his head at those thoughts. Asia was alive and Zatkiel's plans were frustrated, in addition to having killed the person responsible, although this will bring problems. A wind of change. And so for you, Reincarnation suddenly said, pointing at Issei, I hope you're okay when I get back. I'm a bird that always returns to the nest. It doesn't matter. I hope you take me on the date you promised, Reincarnation said with some hope in her eyes and voice, completely ignoring the fiery auras of the other women. Although when Calawarner recovered he also said goodbye. We'll see each other again time, Issei-kun. I hope you'll take me on a date too. An "oh" was heard in the cry of denial of Rias, Akino, Sarah, Asia and Reincarnation. Kaneko only limited herself to muttering under her breath, taking advantage of them and all cow breasts. After that both fallen ones said goodbye and rose into the sky. Kalawarner was the first, and when Ryanair was about to take flight, she returned and gave Issei a kiss on the cheek. "This is for winning. I hope you keep winning," said Ryanair, and then ran and also took flight. Issei said goodbye to them with his raised hand, while with the other he touched her cheek, that warmth, that although he dreams of having, he knows that for the good of everyone it is better to ignore. "So you get along well with the fallen angels, huh? This will be interesting," Rias said from behind him. "Well, I would say that," Issei said, although he fell silent when he turned around, since he was surrounded by all the women of the ORC, including Asia, and none of them showed any signs of kindness. After that, Rias simply sighed. "You're very popular," Issei-kun, Kiba said amused from the side. "Don't talk. In the short time I've been at Ko Academy I've heard a lot about you," Issei said amused to the blonde, leaving the girls aside. "Ha ha ha, just call me Kiba. Although Hyoudou is also fine, we are friends, right? Besides that, I would like to be called by my name by the legendary Sekiryuutei," said Kiba. "Sure, you're my friend, but I'll call you Kiba. I think it's cooler. You can call me Issei." "That's fine." Both of them then started laughing and talking about trivial things about men, letting out aside the only thought that was the same in the minds of the Gremory girls was, "Men, such simple beings. The simpler life the better," told a wise man. After that, everyone started to retreat before the first rays of the sun revealed the disaster that had just happened. "Asia, right? Since you're a devil now, you'll be staying in the club room while we look for a place to stay. Do you agree?" Rias asked. "Forks, thank you very much," Asia said somewhat shyly as she saw the beautiful demon in front of her. Rias simply smiled and nodded. After the Gremory clan returned for a magic circle, their job was done. Somewhere unknown, a wasteland, where the sky and the ground had neither beginning nor end, there was no line to differentiate one room from another. In addition to breaking all natural law, it was tinged with a pale white, so grayish that it seemed like every species was dead since before being born, trees whose branches did not await living leaves, but simply their dry branches like claws that tore the intense black smoke, produced by hundreds of flaming bonfires that gave off dark tongues of fire. Like the night itself, everything was dead, since before being born everything was already dead, but in the center of this desolate nightmare plain, a small clearing timidly peeked out its form. Like a whirlwind, the flashes of fire and smoke were situated in the center, revealing the attempt of an empty throne, made of black stone. One could see among the smoke the figure of a being, an existence so ancient and dark that it holds the secrets of the world in its memories. His eyes were closed on what seemed like an eternal floor, although in that, like a given memory, he opened his gaze slightly, detecting a crimson flash over a sea of latent darkness. "It's been a long time since you called me, Brat," he spoke with a cold, ancient and deep voice, with a touch of evil in its tone, concentrating slightly the images brought to his mind like a spring of water. "A fallen one? Is that why you called me? There's no doubt that you are a pathetic brat. Well, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that sooner or later the cell that keeps me captive will break and I will be free again, free to search for my true body. I guess until then, I must wait patiently," he said to return to his cold lethargy. He couldn't help but remember when, due to that brat's carelessness, part of his essence was released into the world, dreaming of freedom once again. "Rest, child," he said before going back to sleep, because this is the calm after a storm, but before a hurricane. Issei woke up suddenly. Sweating and with his breathing somewhat accelerated, he relaxed again after verifying that he had left his mind, back to reality. "It's been a while since I had a nightmare that bad," he said to himself. Looking at his nightstand, he smiled when he saw the photo of his family, as well as remembering his new friends, assuming that the time to go to class was after lunch. Given the strange phenomenon that destroyed the church near the city, maybe he could train a little. So when he went to get up, he noticed an extra weight that was holding him. Looking to the left side, he noticed the dead weight. Rias was sleeping soundly next to him, her wild red hair covering her naked body. In addition to having a perfect view of Rias's body, her big breasts, her thick thighs and her hexy legs, in addition to her beautiful face and her crimson hair, he noticed that his arm was between her breasts, in addition to having it hugged like a teddy bear. He tried to get away from the demon's grip, but seeing that he moved a lot, he simply signed his grip asleep and placed it under his body. Issei was completely blushing, in addition to starting to imagine all kinds of things when he saw Rias's body better now that he was below her. He felt every part of her. He sighed to simply fulfill one of his whims, bury his face between her breasts, and go back to sleep. Although in that he felt an extra weight and something moving underneath him, between the sheets, he searched with his free hand and found his sister sleeping peacefully clinging to his waist, as well as wearing an almost transparent nightgown. He sighed again seeing that, so he left his sister comfortably in her position and simply went back to sleep, but not before feeling Rias's perfect breasts on her face. "Don't blame me for being a man," Issei said to his inner voice. Chapter 9, Part of the Truth Revealed, The Secret Life of a Demon Part 1. That afternoon. Hidden Club Room. Issei Hyoudou was sitting on one of the comfortable sofas in the Occult Research Club room. His caramel gaze was closed, showing that he was relaxed and not paying attention to anything, and a playful devil wanted to take advantage of that. Rias sneaked into the room. While completely hiding her presence, she tried to sneak away to hug the young man from behind. As she walked silently towards him, she couldn't help but think of some plan to make this boy part of her entourage. Besides having him for herself, it was more than obvious to many that Rias Gremory was interested in that boy. So she smiled with some malice as she was about to hug him. "Don't try to surprise me, there's no point," Rias Bucho said Issei with a humorous tone in his voice, although being discovered was no impediment to wrapping the newest member of the Occult Research Club in a hug. Issei had decided to spend more time with the Gremory demons. Since Reincarnation and Calawarner were back reporting on their mission, he assumed he would be somewhat bored in solitude. Of course, a call to Azazel's number, and he was already aware of what happened with Zadkiel. "I must say I'm not surprised. What do you know about Kokobile?" said Azazel. "Nothing yet, since even though we stopped Zadkiel, Kokobile still hasn't appeared," Issei said from the cell phone. "Well, I guess we'll have to change plans. I'm sorry about what happened, and your pay is where it always is. I will charge double." "You really are a hee, it's okay. I'll call you later, Azazel. Don't treat those two so badly." "I will treat them as I wish." "They're going to sue you." After that, Issei cut the call and went to sleep, and then we have the incident from this morning. It's not what it seems," said Sarah, trying to cover herself with her brother's blanket. "But Wani-chan. I just came and laid down. I didn't expect to wake up like that, or better said, I didn't expect to fall asleep." Issei, "Don't look at me, pervert," said Sarah, running faster than lightning. "Tatara is the end," said Issei. "Jujuji, you brothers are so funny," said Rias, getting up as if nothing happened, while taking her clothes. Hey, where are you going? Help me with this problem." "Problems between families are outside the Gremory's help itinerary. You will have to solve it alone." "Thank you, useless demons, I should have prayed to God." After that, the three of them were eating a quick breakfast. "Sarah, should I buy a new skin cream?" said Mickey while looking through the magazines of her daughter and her friends. "Huh! And what's that for?" Sarah asked her mother. "For the skin, obviously, dear. Well, Mom is still young and there is a boy in the office. He is new, he must be my age and I—" "No way," Issei shouted with a frown. "Oops, I had forgotten that my baby is very jealous of Mommy." "What are you talking about, someone else? Who is the guy?" Yeah, it was a joke, it's really weird." Issei simply sighed. Rias choked on Mickey's meals, which were delicious. Back to the club. "We missed a lot, V. I thought I was going to make it this time," Rias said while pouting. "Well, to make you feel better, I could only sense you when you entered the old school building, so I must say that you are very good," Issei said, smiling. "Mao, I see. I can't believe you decided to be part of the club but not part of my entourage. I see you are bad," said Rias while continuing to pout. Issei blushed slightly at being called by that nickname. Only Reincarnation had called him that since they met, and now Rias had stolen the nickname from him. Issei was going to say something when he turned to look at her in the eyes. Being dazzled by the intense sapphire of Rias's eyes, she also went into a trance when she saw the brown-haired autumn sunset-colored eyes. A feeling of uncertainty filled the hearts and bodies of both, feeling the trembling of their central pillars. both burning in a red tint that settled on their cheeks. Feeling the desire to cut the distance between them at once, Rias came out of the trance when she remembered something. Hey, tell me, how did you know where we were? I can't tell you, but I will say something. When everyone is gathered, I doubt my allies will want to trust someone who keeps a lot of secrets. That and a direct connection with the fallen angels, our most direct enemies along with the angels of God. Well, if I can assure you one thing is that I know a lot of people, said Issei, taking out his phone. They are in my contacts. I see, it's okay, you know? You're really impressive. Apart from a walking mystery, don't you think we'd make a great team? Yes, the Red Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Ruin Princess, red and red, we would be unstoppable in the games, nothing would stop us, Rias said, looking directly at the brown-haired boy's face. He, I don't think I deserve such praise coming from you, whose name already resonates everywhere, but it will still be an honor, Princess, said Issei. If you know I'm that popular, you know why, right? It's not because of me in general. I know what you're talking about. The weight of blood has a lot of value in the world still. I firmly believe that you are amazing. Thank you, but something tells me that I have not seen your full power, although, in this world there are beings so strong that they would bring the gods to their knees. One of them was the Sekiryuutei, the legendary dragon feared by the gods and Maos, although no matter who stands in front, I will put all the infernal forces under the hand of Gremory to destroy whoever wants to harm you, said Rias with quite a bit of determination and seriousness. Issei looked at her speechless. First I was surprised, but then he felt a little sad. Would you be able to do that? Of course. Issei did not detect any lies in her features, so he sighed while blushing slightly. But I have not done anything for you. And so what? Issei smiled at that. This girl was stubborn, you know. I should be the one to say that, said Issei, impressed to Rias, who did not expect the young man to take her hands delicately. I swear, under my pride and my honor, that I will always be there to defend her. Also, I will be her shield and everything you need, if there is a storm. I will be there to protect her, said Issei, who held his gaze directly with Rias's sapphire eyes. Seeing her amber gaze, he could distinguish a great shine, shielding and full of protection. For the brown-haired, the feeling of position took over him for the second time. But unlike when he found Rias naked, this time he is calmer. He wanted to claim those lips. He would be so selfish to ask for that only wish. Although a noise took them both off balance, then Rias smiled and gave him a small peck on the forehead. Take it as a good luck charm, Rias said. Issei had been touching his forehead. Well, I'll have to stop pampering you so much, or someone will get jealous. Issei didn't understand at first. Looking to the side, he found Asia, who was dressed in the academy uniform, although she was looking at them with glassy eyes and tightening her skirt. Is something wrong, Asia? No, nothing, it's just that. Well, Issei-san is very close to Bucho, and that's fine, it doesn't bother me. But well, Issei-san is small but he's attractive, and Bucho-san is beautiful and very attractive. Everyone looks at her and well, it's obvious that Issei-san would fall in love with Bucho-san, and the Asia was speaking too fast. So Issei got lost, but suddenly among the sea of words Asia had raised her voice. No, I can't have such sinful thoughts about Issei-san. He saved me, plus he's very small. Oh God, Father, forgive this sinner. Amen. Kyyyyaa. Asia? Issei said, looking worriedly at Asia, while Rias smiled amusedly. What are you doing? You're a devil. If a devil prays to God, they receive a small amount of damage. But it's still annoying, Rias said with a sigh. It's true, I can't pray to God anymore, Asia said from the ground, still holding her head in pain with a gloomy aura covering her. Asia, do you regret it? Issei asked. No, not at all, no matter how. As long as I can be with Issei-san and Sarah-san, I will be very happy. Thank you very much, Bucho-san, said Asia, with a dazzling smile that captivated the young brown-haired boy, to the jealousy and grace of the redhead. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. From now on you will work for me as my servant, Rias said. Forks, I will do my best. Hey Asia, why are you wearing the academy uniform? Issei-san, you called me by my name, Asia said, dazzled. Huh. Sorry if I bothered you, but I've been doing it since we met. Yes, but you called me Asia Argento or Asia in a very professional tone to free me. This time you used it in a casual way, and that seems fine to me, Asia said, playing with her fingers while looking at the floor. Besides, does the uniform look good on me? Asia asked, turning around while modeling her uniform. Although the turns were dangerously close to revealing her underwear, the skirt is a bit short for what I'm used to and it makes me a little embarrassed. Issei smiled and looked her up and down. Yes, the uniform looks great on you. It highlights your beauty. You look beautiful, Issei said, smiling, causing Asia to have a powerful blush on her cheeks. Issei-san, Asia said dreamily, putting her hands on her cheeks as she smiled. Rias watched that scene with evident jealousy, wondering if she should also model her uniform, something she ruled out since the brunette had even seen her naked. Your smile really is destructive, I see, Rias said quietly. Did Bucho say something? Nothing. Asia transferred to this school from abroad, so she'll be a second-year student, so they won't be able to study together. It doesn't matter. If something happens to Asia, I will protect her, said Issei. Thank you, Issei-san, I am in your care. At that moment the door of the hall was heard to open. Good afternoon, Bucho, Issei-san / Kun Oniai-chan / Asia / Sen / Senpai / said the other members of the club. Good afternoon, Asia hurried to greet the others, somewhat nervously. Good afternoon, Rias and Issei said at the same time. Era, the two of them are so coordinated, Akino said, smiling. Rias and Issei turned slightly red while the rest looked at them with jealousy. Well, the girls, since Kiba was distracted. Well, that doesn't matter. In fact, since we have 2 new members to the club and a new member to the entourage, Asia Argento-san, it's time to celebrate. Welcome, friends, said Rias. From the back room, where Akino had a small kitchen, came a chocolate cake with strawberries on top, and the words, Welcome, written on it. Everyone looked at the cake with pleasure, but especially Issei, since he had moved at high speed towards the side of the cake. That's good cake and it looks delicious, Issei said with stars in his eyes. The power of Qin Shi Huan XD letting out that childish personality. Everyone then started laughing and decided to eat the chocolate cake with pleasure. For Issei, who took a bite, it was a delicacy fallen from heaven, but when he found out that it was Rias who made it, he had to reconsider the idea. Maybe a gift from hell. No, that doesn't sound good. You know what? Just leave it like that, Rias said with a bored face. So after everyone enjoyed the cake, they went out to do their academic activities. As time passed, the last bell rang in the field. The school day had ended, so while some students took the road home, others went directly to their club activities to which they belonged, and still others ran through the field avoiding the wrath of the Kendo Club. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except that on the path leading to the old school building, a group of good-looking young people were walking around. There were 2 blondes, 2 brunettes and an albino. This was the group of the Occult Research Club. Issei still remembers with a headache and everything how a scandal had arisen when some student discovered that he would be in the Blessed Club. He understood that since all the outstanding students in the popular sphere met there, the disorder was normal. But everything collapsed when they found out that Asia, the new transferred student from Italy, would be in the club and that she already knew the Hyoudou family. Especially she got along very well with Issei. Once they arrived, they entered the club, noticing firsthand the democratic aura that surrounded the building. He had already perceived it before, since it was to keep any gossips at bay. Even so, it seemed somewhat exaggerated to him. Sighing, they entered and went up the finely decorated stairs. Now that I think about it, everything here looks expensive and old, Issei said. Everything is original, said Sarah. Bucho doesn't like anything second-rate. The paintings, the lamps, the glass chandelier, she said, pointing to a glass chandelier on a shelf, literally, even the carpet. Well, she's a princess and… Yes, but you know what? I'm going to have these same things. Ace? Yes, when I become a high-class devil and earn hundreds of dollars, I'll treat myself to a lot of luxuries, Sarah said with stars in her eyes. You are certainly greedy. Then everyone entered the room, greeting Rias and Akino. Issei sat with the rest. He was not a devil, so he would not make contracts with humans, at least not in the traditional way of devils, but he would help with whatever he could, and he wanted to see his older sister's contracts, just in case. Don't even think about looking at my contracts, said Sarah. It's just to be safe. Sure of what? I can take care of myself. Don't yell at me, I don't care what you say, Sarah, I'll do it anyway. You really are. Don't say the P word, Sarah. or I'll tell Oka-san. Yes, I'll tell him first. That? You don't let me work. And she'll ask you what you do for a living, young lady? That's enough, you two, said Ria, separating both brothers. Damn, I didn't think their relationship was so deep. She started. The two of you started, Ria said, losing her patience. Don't yell at my brother/sister. Era, this has become a madhouse, Kukuka, said Akino. Senpais, you make a lot of noise, said Kaneko, rubbing her ears. They hurt a lot. Ha, this is fun. Don't laugh, Kiba, said Sarah. Hyoudou Issei-san, Sarah-san, please don't fight, Asia said. Okay. If Asia says so. What do you mean by that? Sarah said, well, okay. So everyone calmed down while they began to line up to do their job. Well, before we start, I see you said you would tell us the truth. I know it's sudden, but more than one here wants to know, Ria said. Why, yes, I understand, Issei said somewhat nervously, since everyone had come to see him. Hey. If you don't want to, you don't have to, Akino said, encouraging the boy. No, I must be honest, with you and with myself, so at least I will know that Sarah's wounds and Asia's suffering were not in vain. Issei-san? Oniai-chan, it's not your fault. Thank you. I appreciate your patience with me, said Issei. It's okay. It all started about 5 years ago. Flashback. An 8-year-old Issei was running quickly through a park late at night. The reason? He had stayed to play with some friends from school and hadn't noticed the time. He was completely sure that when he got home his Oka-san would kill him for this, and he kept telling himself that he would never listen to any of his friends again. He sat panting on one of the park benches. He was tired and slightly annoyed, so when he got some air back he decided to continue on his way, although because he was running he didn't realize it and ended up tripping over an elderly gentleman, who was wearing an elegant outfit. Issei had fallen to the ground while the man remained standing, albeit somewhat dazed. Excuse me, Issei said as soon as he got up quickly. Are you okay? I'm fine. The question is, are you okay? You fell very badly, the gentleman asked kindly in a soft voice. Yes, it didn't hurt. Ha, you're quite a tough young man. Thank you. Now what are you doing alone on the street at this hour? Well, I was playing and I didn't notice the time, Issei said, somewhat embarrassed. Ha, youth. It's good that you have fun, son, but remember, go home early. Many monsters hide in the shadows, he said the last part with great seriousness. Huh? What do you mean by that? Nah, don't mind me. I was just thinking about life, talking about that. Live your life calmly, son, one step at a time. Don't take such big steps so soon and enjoy your youth. When you're like me, you'll remember those years fondly, said the man with a kind smile. Wow, yes, thank you very much. Thanks to you for reminding me of this. Okay, sorry, but it's late and I'm going to get scolded. Calm down, go quickly. Yes, goodbye, sir, said Issei, running quickly. This is certainly a golden generation, but it's still too early for them, said the man, looking towards an alley. Tch. Damn. Issei was running at full speed, well, as fast as his tired legs allowed him, although something interrupted him from his run. He had stopped in front of an alley. A loud bang had been heard, so, battling between curiosity or the desire to get home, he decided that he would take a look to see what it was and go back on his way. So, sighing to gather the necessary warmth, Issei entered the dark passage. This was a bad idea, said Issei, noticing that he couldn't even see in front of him, although he noticed that there was nothing strange, until he noticed how one of the trash cans was dented, as if something had crashed into it at full speed. This is weird. But just when he thought it was best to get out before someone else came and saw this, he hadn't noticed something behind him. A kind of tentacle, of a strange blood-red color, quickly like a predator, throws itself at the young man, who receives a large blow to the back. Ags, but what? Says Issei, getting up and noticing the tentacle. What the hell is that? The tentacle had quickly launched itself towards the boy, who used his reflexes to jump and dodge the blow. Although he did not complain when he saw his achievement, he quickly began to run towards the exit. This was definitely a bad idea, Issei said, running desperately, but the tentacle was faster and tripped the boy before he could get out. Ouch, damn, I gotta go, but before he could get out of the alley, the tentacle had caught his ankle. Before he could even scream, he had already been dragged into a warehouse building. When his eyes adjusted to the light of the building, he realized that he was tied up, or so he thought. He was scared and desperate. He had noticed that he was upside down, and that he was surrounded by a lot of garbage. Or so he thought, since it was very dark and smelled very bad, a stench so unpleasant that it made him want to vomit. Although then he noticed a person in front of him. She was sitting on the floor, with her back to him. He noticed her pink hair, with purple tips, as well as a white dress, but what left him perplexed and scared was noticing that the dress was stained with blood, large and small blood stains. He gulped at the sight of that scene. The girl seemed to be eating something. But Issei heard the sound of meat being cut and bones being crushed. That scared him more. Suddenly the girl in front of him swallowed the piece that she chewed with so much effort and put it in her mouth. Standing up, Issei could see a cut arm with a deep teeth mark, full of bites and bleeding. Ah, what is that? Where am I? Oh, humans, they are such a simple and stupid species. They only have to see a pretty body to fall directly into my net, said the girl with a sweet voice, as well as having a foreign tone that would confuse anyone. They are so stupid, so much so that eating them is so easy that it is boring. Eat people? Yes, eat, said the girl, turning around. Issei appreciated her captor. She was a girl, obviously, between 20 to 23 years old. She was wearing a pure white dress that gave a great appearance to her figure. Pink hair with amethyst tips, also big blood-red eyes. She smiled simply with lines of blood coming out of the corner of her red lips. She was wearing makeup. Besides that, her skin looked soft, marble white, so pale that one would think she was sick. Her body also had a good figure. But Issei was not paying attention to that. He was staring at her face, and then he went to see the bitten arm next to her. You, young lady, do you eat people? Asked the frightened child. Era? But you're a boy, she said with her sweet doubtful voice while tilting her head cutely. If her face wasn't stained with blood, as well as her entire dress, Issei would think she was very cute. The girl approached him, in which Issei tried to back away, noticing that she had something coming out of her back. I don't detect lust in your gaze. What are you doing here? I heard a noise and... I see, curiosity killed the cat. Have I killed? Well, that's what you humans say. That you are not human? Cuckoo, you are very cute, apart from that very sweet and curious. When you grow up you will be a great man. It is a pity that you have come this far. Hey miss, please, if you let me go, I swear I won't tell anyone. Please don't kill me, Issei said, starting to cry in despair. I like that look. Well, I will taste your flesh and blood, now, said the girl, showing all her tentacles, a total of 6 muscular tentacles. The exorbitant Issei was screaming at the sight of such a thing, but some lips silenced his muffled cry. The girl had left the bitter taste of flesh and blood on her lips, leaving him with an immense desire to vomit. Did you like it? That pleading look, that expression of disgust. Don't worry, Oni-san will take care of you. Issei felt the bipedal tongue of this monster on his neck, leaving a mark on his skin. This world, it is so ruthless and cruel, she finally said, moving her tentacles. The second Issei flew to the other side of the warehouse. Issei ended up abruptly crashing into the warehouse wall. An intense headache accompanied by the pain in his back invaded him. Tears came out of his honey eyes. He felt like staying seated and waiting for the final blow, but the image of his family came like a blow to his conscience and kept him awake. After that, vague memories of his day came to his mind. He had never done wrong to anyone. He had always behaved well. He had to be rescued, right? But when he noticed the place, his surroundings, he knew immediately this was survival. No one would come now. His family would look for him long after he had died. He couldn't blame them, but for being here. He condemned the lives of his mother and sister. She would look for them. He was a wild animal, a monster out of hell. So knowing that he had to live or he would die with his family afterwards, he got up as best he could, feeling the force generated by the adrenaline released by his body in poor condition. He will live. He must live. I will return home, monster. How could he dodge the blow of that tentacle, which destroyed the wall behind him? Unfortunately, he did not have such refined reflexes. Resigned, he received the impact of the tentacle that managed to break the wall and fall on him. A new pain ran through his spine and his entire body. He stopped when he hit another wall. This time he had an unused water pipe. Still due to the impact, the pipe broke on one side. Issei coughed up some blood from the internal damage. As he tried to stand up, although the same tentacle from before grabbed his wrist and lifted him as if he weighed no more than a few kilos. Issei felt fainting approaching and somehow asked it to put him to sleep so he wouldn't feel any more pain. "You have courage, as well as a lot of spirit. Without a doubt your flavor will be delicious," said the girl. Issei felt that he had to wake up or he would die. As he opened his eyes, and what he saw brought him back to consciousness in one fell swoop. His honey-colored eyes opened wide, which were filled with fear and disgust. That woman's mouth had opened to such an extent that his head fit perfectly into her jaw. In addition to that, she had 2 rows of teeth like locks full of saliva and dried blood, probably from her previous victims. Her long, bipedal tongue licked her cheek and neck. Issei screamed as he forcefully grabbed the water pipe and tore off the entire loose piece. What is this? Fear? Anger? What is life to you? What is it to me? So many questions to ask and so little time. I'm going to. Shut up, monster, Issei shouted as he unleashed the water pipe blow on the thing's head with all his strength. The blow echoed throughout the room as the demon stepped back while letting out a shriek that tore through Issei's eardrums, yet he was able to stand up while holding the pipe like a weapon. The girl fell on her butt to the ground as she hid her face in her arms, as if avoiding another blow. "You will never touch my family." Ah! He didn't notice it. The tentacle that was hidden among the shadows of the dead had shot out towards him like a bullet, piercing his body in the chest area, near the heart. Issei spat out a large amount of blood as he threw away the improvised weapon and tried to somehow get the tentacle out with his last breath. "How did this happen?" "Brat," said the girl, getting up completely. Her head was open like a burst egg. On top of that, her blood-flooded gaze was piercing the young man's soul. Lifting the boy's body under the pain of this, she contemplated the young man's mortal wound. "Die," she said without further ado. Sentencing the boy to eternal damnation, she threw him to one side. Staining the ground with his blood, Issei was left lying on the ground, taking the wound that prevented him from breathing. He felt his life draining through that ugly cut on his chest. He had to do something, or he was going to die. He witnessed how another tentacle prepared to finish him off. He silently apologized to his mother for not coming to dinner, to his sister for leaving her alone, to his friends for getting angry with them. He waited for the blow that never came. How? The tentacle that was about to take his life a few seconds ago had been deflected by some kind of light ace. The light attack pierced the slimy flesh of the limb and slammed it into the wall. The demon screamed in pain as the tentacle began to smoke. "I said this was a golden generation." "Yes, but Gammas, I said I was ready to face the world." "Not yet," said a man. Issei noticed that it was the man he had collided with that afternoon. "You are weak to the light, Miss Wandering Demon." "Damn old man," she said with contempt. In a desperate movement, she tears off the limb affected by the attack. The tentacle that was cut disintegrated. "Die." The old man, noticing how all the girl's tentacles were coming towards them, deactivated his magic circle, causing the shadow under his feet to grow greatly. "I'll leave it to you, Dark Shadow." A large being, with enormous claws which were born from the shadow of that man, attacked the girl, disarming the tentacles and hitting the demon, who began to defend herself with all she could. At that, the old man puts aside the demon and focuses his sight on the child, who was alive but pale from blood loss. "Son, let me tell you that you are very tough. I congratulate you," said the old man, noticing the ugly wound on his chest about 2 centimeters more to the right. "And you would be dead instantly," said the old man. From one of the pockets of his elegant suit he took out a bottle, a kind of strange liquid. "Don't worry, it's medicine. It will help you. It's called Phoenix Tears. It will relieve your pain. But I won't lie to you, it tastes very ugly." Issei had his doubts. When the old man uncorked the bottle, he noticed that the liquid, it was purple. But if it helped him, then he made his decision and drank the liquid. When he tasted it, he wanted to spit it out. It tasted too bitter. Even so, when it passed through his throat, he felt the pain disappear. He had noticed that his wound was smoking as it disappeared. "But what?" Calm down, you're fine. But you're not safe yet. You have to go, run home and don't look back. I'll take care of it," said the old man calmly. "But what is that?" "There's no time for questions, run, kid." Issei stood up and noticed how the wandering demon destroyed that shadow being, which vanished. "Wow, you defeated my dark shadow. Congratulations, miss," said the old man with the same calm as before. Damn old man, I'll kill you slowly and painfully, said the demon as he walked towards them, but the child will not be saved. His red eyes emitted a macabre glow. A kind of purple smoke appeared in every pore of his body and traveled down his arms to the ground, where he began to move over the scattered corpses. He doesn't like this. I don't understand anything. The dead are dead. A dead being isn't supposed to be able to move, yet first it was a finger, then an arm. Slowly all the dead on either side began to move, called to life once more, rotten flesh falling from their broken bones. Although it seemed like they didn't care. If they didn't have arms, they still got up. If they didn't have legs, they crawled on their elbows. Even if their heads were missing, they stood up at the call of their new mistress. Ha 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 ha, get up, my toys. He is calling them from the dead, said the old man. What's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? They can't hear you, they're dead. They've been with us for a long time. Their bodies were only raised by an empty and hate-filled conscience. Now, my cute toys, kill that child. Run, said the old man as he activated a barrier. 3 tentacles appeared in front of them and attacked the old man. The tentacles left no room to attack and the barrier resented the blows. This is very bad. Issei, on the other hand, ran from one side to the other, avoiding the zombies which attacked him non-stop. In a second, when he dodged a zombie in front of him, he could see the light of the exit. He smiled happily, understanding that this nightmare would end. But then a zombie that had its body split in 2 grabs him by the ankle and he falls heavily to the ground. Out of rage, he kicks the zombie's head with all his might, smashing it to pieces, yet he was still on the ground, crawling as best he could to reach the exit, although at one point, a few meters from the exit, he had run out of strength. Collapsed on the ground, he swore to see how the exit became smaller. As he walked away from him with a grimace of mockery, he stopped fighting and thought about sitting down to let himself be carried away. He no longer had the strength for anything. Maybe that's how I managed to wake up from this nightmare, he thought with tears in his eyes in a vague attempt to convince himself that this was a nightmare product of his imagination, although reality was standing in front of him looking at him with all his indifference. This was not a dream, he could read on his dead and mute lips. He lowered his head and tried to cry in that. I'm sorry, I should have gone home. The place is flooded into nothingness. The reality standing in front shudders and disappears in the sea of darkness before the now lost sight of the miner, lost in a plane of darkness, like the night itself, without stars or moon to flood the space with its light. It was the darkest abyss in the universe. That's what the young man thought as he stood up. But he didn't have the courage to walk forward, not even a step, since the darkness provided him with a fear without present. It was not like the one I experienced with that girl. This was pure terror in its purest form, almost so alive that you could take it in your hands. Well? What do you want? In Issei's ears a deep, distorted voice, full of wisdom and evil, was born and faded away. More than a word, it was the whisper of the night that slips into the ears of those who hear and do not listen. What? He asked, frightened, looking everywhere, searching for a source of light, a specific point, a beginning and an end of this plane. Don't you hear me? What do you want was my question. Do you know the answers? Stop playing around. Where are you? Where am I? Issei said, looking around again. Suddenly a flame is born from the void, a flare of darkness floods the world where he is, giving it a light so dim and weak that it seemed like it was going to die at any moment. Even so, to Issei, 8 years old, it was beautiful, warm, like his mother's love. He didn't know how to say it, he didn't even know what was happening. Even so, he swore to see how a life was born and died in that fire. What is it? Better I know. I'll ask you one more time. What do you want? Where are you? Where am I? Don't you know? It doesn't matter. And answering, I'm here, said the voice. Suddenly the feeling that someone was behind him invaded the young man. Then he turns around and what he sees makes him think that this is already out of control. It was like standing in front of a mirror, a very thin one. He was standing right in front of himself. The figure had the same features, making his eyes, full of evil and knowledge. Like a snake in his gaze, he studied the child. He smiled as his forehead was enveloped in darkness. A large mark was born in it. See? I'm here. I've always been here. Is that your wish? Issei was speechless, looking at what would be his clone or something. Then the only question came to his mind. Who are you? I told you that doesn't matter. But I don't understand. You must understand? There is a lot in this world that you will never understand. Still, what do you want? That's what I ask you. What is your wish? Look, those things outside are going to catch you sooner or later. Ask for something quickly. What's going on? I don't understand anything. I was going home and suddenly. That doesn't matter, huh? What do you know about magic? Huh? I asked you, what do you know about magic? I don't know. It's something he entertains himself with at parties, I think, said Issei, remembering the magician of his birthday. Is that there? Let me tell you that if you don't change your way of thinking, you will die very quickly. And what do you want me to say? That question is very strange. Curious, given that humanity itself has been searching for magic and its secrets for many centuries ago. Let me tell you something. I will help you overcome this problem, but in exchange, you will do me favor. What kind of favor would someone like you need? Issei said, somewhat surprised. That will be discussed later. Tell me, little boy, little puppet of the flow of existence, you who still believe in God, shall we make the deal? He said. What do I have to gain? If it's a deal, we both have to gain something. You are clever, good, you will gain infinite power and knowledge. Not even the gods will dare to look at you in the face. Be the trump card of humanity. What do you mean? I see you're not that smart. Let's see, you better make a decision, since although that old man is strong and skilled, he won't last long, he said, creating a screen and showing the old man with a large wound in his chest, as well as bleeding all over his body, and the demon, showing all his tentacles about to tear him apart with his strength. At that, Issei's fury exploded within him, an insane flame that he had never experienced before. A single desire: you want to kill her, right? You want to finish her off, right? You want to direct your rage towards monsters like her, right? Kid, you are not a hero. You will never have the power to be a hero, not without me. Tell me, let's make the deal. I will give you what it takes to bring all the gods and demons to your knees, be the hero they need. But everything has a cost in this world, so when I need to collect the favor, you will help me, understood? Well, in that case, I will ask you one more time, Hyoudou Issei, do we make the deal? He said as the darkness began to gather over him, a whirlwind of darkness, thirsty for power that devours everything in its path, consumes the light, revealing evil in its primary form. He was covered in those darknesses. They hugged him like a blanket. A layer of skin made of darkness, he extended his dark hand. Everything about him dictated darkness, one that called Issei to be eaten as well. Issei looked back at the screen one last time, hesitated for a few seconds, but upon seeing that monster again the doubt vanished from his eyes. Only the flame of determination shone, a slight crimson flash resonated in the depths of them. Deal done. Well? He said as the darkness also consumed Issei, enveloping and devouring everything. He watched from above, as the child was devoured without further ado, and that he wondered if the world had become easier, and that he noticed the strange light that was born in the void, a crimson star that was born out of nothing, dissipating much of the darkness which took refuge at the bottom of the world. Interesting. I knew you wouldn't make it easy for me, not since I killed your son, but it doesn't matter, it will be more fun this way, Elohim. In the real world, what were several minutes for Issei, for the others were just a few seconds, the old man kept jumping and avoiding the blows of that thing, while his shadow demon was in charge of the defense and offense. Even so, his rival was very strong, apart from having a very high resistance and being wild when attacking his victims. Managing to tear the dark demon from the ground with pure brute force, he threw it to one side, while he threw his tentacles towards the old man who, despite his age and his wounds, raised his guard defense spell, resistance spell, speed spell, reflex spell. Reflex variant. Thanks, he raised his guard and throwing several martial arts blows he defended himself from the devastating attack of the demon, who laughed in a demented way as he bombarded the old man with his tentacles, who raised his defense again and continued counterattacking. Throwing a kick to the right and a punch forward, he deflected the last tentacles. Then he gathered the magic he had left and created 3 shadow demons and launched them towards his opponent, who only snorted and, using the strength of his extra limbs, jumped towards the ceiling, standing on it with his tentacles as support. Miss, you really are tough, but he said, looking at her. Don't you think it's time to finish? He said, preparing a light attack. Hey old man, aren't you forgetting something? The kid I said, looking to his side, noticing how that horde of zombies was approaching the young man's motionless body, which, the old man thought, had stopped moving due to shock, although that distraction of a few seconds was enough for his slippery rival to attack with his tentacle and hit the old man, sending him flying to one side. More precisely towards where there was a group of gas cylinders. Oh, I'm too old for this, he said, standing up. He was about to go look for the child when a huge explosion of energy almost made him fall again. Both demon and human sent their sight to the place where the boy was on his knees. The enormous pressure produced by the aura that the young man gave off from his body crushed the bodies of his captors. The young man's eyes went from brown to a dark purple, very intense. Apart from that, his pupil was turned, an intense crimson flame was born from it, giving him the trait of a reptile. Although before the darkness completely consumed the young man's body, a new aura was born from it. A green flash was seen on the back of his left hand, while a crimson aura also sprouted from it. This new aura battled against the darkness to maintain control of the young man's body. Wow, how interesting this is. I wonder what kind of container I got this time, said a powerful voice, which was heard by everyone, but seemed to be headed towards Issei and himself in particular. What's happening to me? I'm not quite sure, but from what I can see, they want to kill you. It seems that demon is the cause of this. Demon, I must kill that demon. What happened to you? Don't you sound like before? Before? I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first time we've talked to each other, since you're a brat. The fact that you're able to communicate with me shows that you have child potential. Now, let's stop talking and start fighting, since that girl is looking at us very ugly. But how? What is magic for you? That? Depending on your answer, you may live or die here. Issei meditated for a few seconds. What did that question have to do with it? Then he remembered his stay in that strange place. He wanted to live, he wanted to see his family, he wanted to be a hero, for his family, for humanity. A flame, a fire that destroys monsters like her. Perfect. Suddenly Issei's hand lit up. The green light grew more and more powerful, until a glove was woven from Issei's own hand. It was red, it seemed to be made of scales. On the back the emerald shone brightly and huge golden spikes were borne on the sides of it. Issei followed the new voice in his head, pointing his left arm towards the zombies that were still standing. Die at once, he said at the same time that a powerful sphere of crimson energy with dark touches was expelled towards the zombies, which were soon treated and reduced to ashes, when the entire horde in front of Issei disappeared. He smiled happily. Even so, it did not last long, since one of the girl's tentacles had moved and hit his side, sending him against one of the columns. Issei got up ready to fight with everything he had. I'm going to finish you. Try it, brat, said the demon, smiling shamelessly. Issei extends his arm again, letting the soothing sensation of heat walk through his body and reach Issei's fingertips. Die, he said, firing an energy sphere much larger and charged than the previous one. Due to the backlash, Issei was thrown backwards. His shoulder hurt, and he felt like his arm was going to fall off with a glove and everything. When he looked up, he noticed how the demon had dodged the attack. It continued on its way and exploded near one of the walls of the building. Even so, it had not done anything more than destroy the building that could fall on top of them. Damn, can you adjust the size of that? Adjust the flow of energy. Do not let yourself be consumed by anger. Think with a cool head. Issei started to run and tried to calm down. That other voice was right, he must be calm. So closing his eyes, he tried to calm his rage. In that, the demon stood in front ready to attack. But Issei, feeling the putrid stench of her, opened her eyes, concentrated the energy, and fired an energy sphere that hit the girl in the abdomen. Not entirely happy, Issei fired 3 more energy spheres which exploded and filled the basement with flames. Although in the sea of fire, the demon came out somewhat hurt, but whole enough to be able to continue fighting. Issei now got scared, leaving all his courage aside. With rage, she threw herself towards Issei, intending to kill him and tear him apart. But from behind, a dark demon grabbed her tightly and dragged her towards the old man, who had recovered. No doubt you are tenacious, miss, but this is a golden generation which cannot be lost, he said, spitting blood. He knelt down and spread his fingers on the ground. Ice prison, said the old man. A large amount of ice was born among the old man's fingers and attacked the girl, who could do nothing to avoid the attack and was turned into an ice statue. Well, that should be enough, said the old man. But an explosion was heard, followed by another. The fire had spread to the gas cylinders, making them explode. The ice statue that was that demon was buried in rubble. Noticing that the old man sighed and adjusted his suit well. "It is better to go," said the old man, who began to walk towards the exit. Issei, who had seen the whole spectacle, began to walk beside the old man. As he relaxed a little, the aura had stopped flowing from him. "Hey, what was that? I don't understand anything." "Before I tell you that, I want to tell you that you are very brave, young man. Not anyone could do that." "But what was that? What was all this?" "Let's see? You know the supernatural world, right?" "The supernatural world?" "Yes, the various mythologies that span the world. Well, let me tell you, it's all true. They have always existed. Angels, demons, fallen angels, gods, Greeks, yokais, everything you've ever heard of exists or has existed. That includes monsters, Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and aliens. Well, I don't really know if all that exists, but gods and mythologies do, and I don't believe in aliens. But if God exists, he must exist Lucifer. Let's say that somehow you caught her attention. What was she, a demon? Better called wandering or stray demon. But are they bad? According to the Bible, yes. It depends on what point of view you see them from. They have their society, their customs, and their attitudes. You can't judge a book only by its cover, since we are all like that, right? After all, the concept we know of demons also fits us humans. I guess you're right, but... Before finishing a tentacle, he had caught Issei's leg. Before being dragged, the old man had taken his shoulder and crushed it to make him let go. Achieving that, he noticed out of the corner of his eye how another tentacle came from behind towards them. He quickly pushed Issei and took him out of the attack radius. Although his right shoulder was pierced, leaving his arm unusable, although using his other arm he took the tentacle and pulled it, dragging the demon, who was already noticeably on his last legs. He quickly took her and held her in his arms. "You and I will end here. Let me go, you damn old man. Let me tell you, young lady, that I am ready to meet my creator, but what about you? I'm going to kill you both." "Very well, young man," said the old man, addressing Issei. "You must make a decision. Shoot the canisters, that way you will end this threat, or run home, but what is certain is that she will follow you to the end of the world." "What?" said Issei, who processed the information as quickly as he could. "Listen to me. You are a being that has within it the power to kill gods. That will make you a potential target for individuals like her. So in order to survive you will have to make decisions like this, but that is part of life. Our destiny is based on the decisions we make. You can make them, do not forget. You will have to bear the decisions you make in your life," he said while continuing to hold the demon. Still he felt that his strength would abandon him soon. Then he looked back at the boy who had made up his mind. Issei ran towards the exit, and that the demon expelled all his aura and got the old man off of her. Thus he noticed how the boy ran towards the exit. He smiled confidently. Humans were all the same. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong, brat? There are no more heroes," said the demon, launching himself towards Issei. He looked like a wild animal running towards his prey. But then Issei stops dead at the exit and turns to look at his rival. In his gaze there was no fear or doubt, only courage. "I'm not ready to see God yet, but I'll send you to pray to the devil," said Issei, pointing his glove forward, towards the demon who couldn't dodge the attack. A large crimson energy sphere with several black details, the largest yet launched by Issei, hit the demon who cursed the child and was dragged towards the gas cylinders, which exploded. Issei hoped to see the old man, but he was lying on the ground. "Thank you for making a good decision." "Wait, let's go," Issei said, but the huge explosion shook the building and threw Issei back. "Well, for once I did something right," said the old man, smiling at his end. But he had fulfilled the duty of the elders, to prepare the next generation. The explosion sent Issei backwards, leaving him in the cold. With his consciousness about to fade away, he heard the police sirens in the distance. He noticed the beautiful starry sky still with the buildings. In addition to that, several black feathers fell near him, although "Those are a great pair of breasts," Issei said before finally falling asleep. Chapter 10. Part of the Truth Revealed: The Secret Life of Demons. Part 2 BV. He had woken up from the shock. His head hurt like hell and everything was confusing. The predominant white color of that space bothered him greatly, and he didn't even know why. He wondered what he was doing there. He didn't remember anything before the incident in the park. Suddenly, the overflowing river of memories hit him on the shore of his ignorance, dragging the truth to his feet and depositing the raw mind in front of him. His human feelings came to the surface at that moment. He was completely scared, angry, nervous. He didn't know how to describe the bundle of nerves and emotions he was having at this moment. In order to survive, you will have to make decisions like this from now on. I know you can do it. The words of that man whose name he couldn't even remember at that moment also reached him. He had to make decisions as difficult as this from now on. Was he serious? This is not a shonen manga. It never was. I have killed that man. Guilt now ate away at him inside. Tears of despair appeared in his amber eyes. Then, to avoid letting out the first moan of pain from his throat, he turned his head to the side. He noticed the laboratory equipment as well as the probe. From what he sees now that he is completely conscious, he is in some kind of hospital. They must have brought him after the explosion that alerted the authorities and the civilian population, although the last part of that memory continued to wander between reality and dream. Black feathers. A person with black feathers, wings, an angel? Have I seen an angel? But angels don't have white feathers. The truth is, everything was so confusing that he simply didn't want to think about anything. Turning to the other side, he notices his mother, who seemed to be lying down and sleeping uncomfortably on a hospital chair. Mommy? The brown-haired boy said weakly, more out of fear that it was an illusion that would vanish when he wakes up. Luckily for her, Mickey reacts when she hears her voice. Slowly and disoriented, she raises her head and gets used to the darkness of the room. Issei? Issei, is that you? Mickey said. Issei noticed that it was around 2:30 in the morning. Yes, Mom. Issei, thank God you're okay, my son. You had me so worried, Mickey said, hugging her youngest son tightly. Issei, feeling the warm embrace of his mother, simply clings to her with all his strength. And so, under his mother's embrace, he could afford to cry. He didn't know why, whether out of sadness for having killed that man who selflessly saved his life, out of rage for not understanding why he got involved in a war of attrition, out of helplessness, knowing that more monsters like the one who attacked him are still on the loose. But more than anything, although it sounds selfish on his part, out of happiness, seeing that his mother and family were safe and sound. The next morning, the police, following the requirements, wanted to interview the tired Issei. His mother frankly opposed, arguing that her son had already lived through hell and that she did not want him to relive that memory in her mind. Even so, Issei accepted. At least he should tell how that man saved him and did something to remember his name, although before that interrogation he thought that if he told the whole truth, that a wandering demon attacked him in the middle of the public road and that a kind man with the help of his super strong shadows and magic that he expelled from his fingers saved him. Apart from the fact that he himself was stabbed by a kind of tentacle that sprouted from the back of that monster. Apart from the fact that he was almost completely cured by a rare liquid that, if he remembers correctly, was called parrot snot. He knew it had to do with the birds, apart from the fact that he himself shot fireballs from his own hands, and not counting the two voices in his head that have not sounded again. They would take him crazy or sick, or that he hit his head hard. In fact, if he hadn't lived it himself, and if one of his friends came and told him that crazy story with all the seriousness of his being, he wouldn't believe him. He wouldn't even believe himself, not to mention that the last thing he remembers is seeing a kind of angel with black feathers, and to top it off, he had a pair of breasts bigger than his mother's. Okay, taking back what he said himself, he was crazy. They wouldn't believe him anything. Then his good memory came to the memory of a news story he had heard on television that same morning. Putting together the puzzle, he gave the statement. Good morning, sorry for the inconvenience. We are ready to hear your statement, said the policeman, entering the hospital room. Issei, if you don't want to. No, I have to do it. Like this way at least we can know the truth of what happened. How many lies there were in that sentence. What happened was this. Thus he told a version that simple humans could take as true. The news from the other day said that a series of disappearances that were happening in the city gave an indication of a serial killer. Although the bodies were not found yet, mutilated remains of adults, mostly young, were found in rivers or in waste sites. The maximum alert was put in the city and any suspicious trace had to be reported. Issei, who had been on the street until late, had stopped on his way home near one of the main streets of the city when he heard a loud noise in an alley. Moved by the curiosity of the moment, he decided to see what it was. Although not seeing anything due to the darkness, he decided to turn around and go back on his way. It was at that moment where his attacker took him by surprise and kidnapped him, leaving him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he noticed that he was in the warehouse of one of the abandoned buildings in the center of the city. Noticing his kidnapper, she was a woman of at least 23 years old, he managed to calculate the who had tied him to a chair. His captor had revealed himself to be the serial killer, since the bodies of all the murders were scattered in the warehouse, where old gas cylinders were kept. Even so, a man walking down that street found the warehouse by the noise of Issei's screams, entering and helping the boy escape by untying his ties, although the kidnapper was able to insult the man, who pushed her and managed to immobilize her, telling her to run for help. Issei left the warehouse. Before the deranged woman could take out a lighter and throw it at the gas cylinders, which exploded due to the fire. After that, the explosion sent me flying and I can't remember more of that part, Issei said, finishing the story. After finishing taking everything down, the police officers thought for a few seconds, then one of them went out to inform their colleagues over the radio. Well, the story checks out. Human remains were found at the site of the explosion, also 2 bodies near the exploded gas cylinders. A young woman and an older man were revealed by the analyses. Now we know who they are. Thank you very much, young man. You were very brave. But who was that man? We can't really identify it yet, since everything was lost in the explosion, but you were very brave though. After that, Issei was discharged after 3 days. His mother, who took care of him the whole time, was scolding him along the way. She had also punished him. He couldn't go out to play in the street for a long time, nor would he play video games. Although the brown-haired boy cared little about that, he was more than anything else gone, lost in his world of questions without answers. When he fully recovered, Issei returned to his daily life. It seemed that the warehouse incident was only a distant bad memory. Tranquility reigned over the city of Ko once again, and the Hyoudou family returned to their usual ways. Sarah, who was now going to look for her brother on her mother's orders, watched him like a hawk, but everything indicated that her life returned to being the same as always. Until that night. Issei was lying in his bed, asleep, but he was writing in it, and he was also sweating from the heat, which was strange given that it was the middle of winter and the cold air was hitting his window. In his dream, Issei walked in what seemed like a space with nothing. There was nothing but darkness. It was absolute nothingness. It reminded him of when he met his other self, as he called it. Although it had disappeared and had not returned, it was something strange. Although where he was beginning to get seriously scared. Hello? At that, a small and clear light rises above the darkness. Issei looks at that, and thinking that it could be a way out, he decides to follow the crimson trail. At that, the light intensifies throughout space. Issei had to cover his eyes with his arm to avoid being blinded. From one moment to another, the light explodes in front of him. What he saw before being blinded for a few seconds was a bright star of intense red, crimson. Issei was left speechless at the call that thing made to him, before being blinded by the powerful light. When he opened his eyes, it seemed like he was in another dimension. The dark passage that had previously dominated the terrain had completely changed. He was in an immense sea of fire. He couldn't call it anything else. It was an immense plain. In all directions waves of fire rose. But the biggest surprise came when he noticed that the flames around him did not seem to burn him. Where am I? He threw the question into the void, perhaps hoping for something to answer him, although he doubted it. I can answer that for you. When Issei heard that voice, he was scared. He could take giant steps, getting closer. From among the sea of flames, a large jade-green eye appeared. Before Issei's surprised face, a monster among monsters appeared, forming the appearance of a large dragon. Its crimson-red scales looked like steel plates which melted against its body. A large horn was on his snout. In addition to looking enormous, Issei had been shocked. So much so that he fell backwards on his butt as he backed away when he saw the dragon. What the hell? A dragon. The red-scaled beast looked at the ant in front of him. After he opened the jaws of his snout, and the same familiar voice reached Issei's brain, remembering that night of the attack. The first time I managed to wake up with you, you surprised me. Since you are a simple brat, you managed to release part of my power within you. Well, That only shows that the magical potential you possess is promising. Whatever he said again with that powerful and thick voice, Issei had not said anything while he believed that this was a dream. Maybe he drank too much of the juice that Sarah made for dinner. Believing it was a dream, he concentrated to wake up, but noticing that he couldn't, he said to himself, remembering everything since that night, "This is real," although with that doubt he launched his question. "Hey, are you real? Are you here? Where is here? Who are you?" He looked at that with some sobriety. Although he decided to answer him, it would be a problem if he did not have the necessary information. From now on, I am real. As real as you or the sky you look at every day. Child, did you ask me who I am? Well, I will tell you. I am the Sekiryuutei Dragón, Welsh dragon, and you are my partner. Therefore you are my current bearer and the Sekiryuutei of this generation. Although now that I see you, you are only a brat who I hope has not gotten on top of him. The now Sekiryuutei Dragón appeared before Issei with pride and authority. Sekiryuutei? Scarlet Dragon. Or rather, Red Dragon Emperor, that's our title. Our title? Issei said, looking again. He slowly approached Dragón until he was close to his arm. His muscles like a large pine seemed real. Then without further ado he touched the dragon's scaly skin, noticing that it was warm, as well as looking like natural armor. What are you doing? Dragón asked himself with some doubt. He never expected a carrier to decide to touch him, and more than that, he allowed it. This is I can't believe it, this is great, Issei said with stars in his eyes, as he looked back at the dragon with fascination and some admiration, rather than doubt and fear. Speaking of drastic changes, said Dragón, looking at the child. Great, I always wanted to see a dragon. Many said it was a child's stupidity. But you are real, incredible, you are real, a real dragon is in front of me, said Issei. I guess so, it's normal that you have doubts. But then, everything else is true, right? This confirms it for me. It wasn't a dream or something I imagined. It's real. The angels, gods and demons, all of them are real, said Issei, looking again into the eyes of his now partner. Tell me please, is it true? Is everything real? Do you know what I'm talking about? If I know, it's true. I myself have seen various gods. But I'll tell you one more thing. Right now I can't talk to you for a long time. You being here is simply because of your magical potential that caught Issei's attention, but there is a way for all your doubts to be resolved. You must awaken the boosted gear. Boosted gear, what is that? Issei asked, tilting his head to the side. I can't tell you much now, but I'll tell you how you can awaken the boosted gear. You must imagine the most powerful being you know. After that, imagine that same being in the form that can gain even more power. The rest will take care of itself. Being stronger in the form that he gains even more strength. Hey, what kind of explanation is that? Said Issei to see how Dragón began to disappear in front of him. Hey, wait, but it was too late. The dragon and everything around it had disappeared and he had begun to fall into the void. Dragón. He had woken up suddenly, jumping out of his bed and into the air, kicking hard before falling onto the mattress and bouncing to the floor. Ouch, damn, he said at his rude awakening. He had gone down to the first floor. And on his way he remembered that he wouldn't have classes today because of the winter, so his mother was at work and Sarah was at school. It's true, she's about to graduate. Where does she plan to go to study? She said when she saw the empty room, and that after having her breakfast, bread with egg, which Rico decided to sit down to watch television. They were showing a daytime marathon of Dragon Ball Z. The words of that kind man who gave his life came to his mind. A power that can kill gods, he said, looking at his left arm. He clenched his fist and released it. What does it matter? This may be problematic, but he said, standing up. The most powerful being. He thought about its possibilities. The Power Rangers? No, I dismissed that idea out of hand. In what world would anyone believe that these guys are powerful? Then, remembering his favorite animes, one came to his head. Nanatsu no Taizai. It could work, although thinking about it, better not. Meliodas is not that strong. He said, thinking about his next move. He had to quickly find a powerful being and imitate it. Is this necessary? Is this the catalyst? Said Issei, thinking about the possibilities. It was an idea taken from a dream, wandering in a blurry memory since more than a month ago. I must be crazy, he said, surrendering to the harsh truth. It is impossible for such a thing to exist. A weapon capable of killing gods. If we had that, then, said Issei, looking at the television again, Then he turned to the manga and novels that were scattered in the small room, all those protagonists of stories, different but the same at the same time. The complexity and simplicity of life disappear in those stories that tell of different worlds, lying in mortal wars, where fantasy heroes who always know what to do defend with their lives. Those scenes pass through their heads. But what if maybe a world like that existed? It would be worth trying, he said, renewing his motivation. He began to look through the covers of different mangas and novels, video games, but none of them convinced him. I don't understand, said Issei, then looked at the screen again. Will it be that a character that is strong enough, the one I thought was the strongest, Goku? He said, looking at the scenes of the Saiyan fighting against his rival Vegeta. I guess who is stronger than Goku? Madoka? Seiya? Well, it doesn't matter. According to what the dragon said, he is the being that I know as the most powerful, he said, looking again at the protagonist of the anime. Now I must imagine him in the pose where he gets more power, he said again. The pose, oh I know, throwing a kamehameha. After that he stood up from his position. I guess I should also imitate him? I don't know, I hope nobody finds out about this, said Issei. In that he sighed and concentrated. He retracted his body and arranged his hands. Then he relaxed. He remembered that scene. Then that memory came to his mind. Imitating his actions, kamehameha, he said, throwing his kamehameha, cheap Japanese brand, in the living room of his house. What happened? Yeah, I guess it was the most logical thing, since at that something changed inside Issei. Feeling a plus in his body, the energy jumped from his soul, reaching his left arm and spreading throughout his body. A flashing red light jumped from his arm and drowned his scream of terror. When the light completely stopped, what Issei saw bewildered him. Since in front of him, the world had been fractured and rebuilt. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would think he was crazy. Then is all this true? Still in doubt, partner? Said Drake's voice. Issei's left arm was no longer there. At least he couldn't see it. He could feel it. But now there was a kind of glove, with details like scales, 2 golden spikes protruding from it in addition to an emerald green gem right on the back of his hand. It shone like a precious stone. But what? Did the damn glove speak? I'm serious. Hey! Is it you? Drake, isn't it? Issei said doubtfully. Yes, that's right, Drake. Nice to meet you, partner. Likewise, Drake. This? Could you tell me more about this supernatural world? Of course, it is part of your training that you learn about the complexity of the world that opens up before you. Training? Issei said, that had caught his attention. Of course, now that you have managed to awaken the sacred gear, many powerful beings will know of your existence, and it is very likely that these beings will be attracted to you, since you are a Sekiryuutei, a being that houses the soul of a celestial dragon. Dragons are beings of pure energy, and power attracts power. It is the natural cycle of life, so you must be ready to face anything. Let me see if I understood, Issei said calmly. You're telling me that, since I just awakened the sacred, I don't know what else. Sacred gear. If that's it, sacred gear, I just sent an invitation for various beings from who knows where to come here. Yeah. And they most likely come with the intention of fighting, since you are a dragon, and that is already reason enough to inspire a fight. Yes, that's why we must be ready. Just because you're a brat doesn't mean they'll have compassion for you, so you better get ready. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you crazy or what? Wow, and where is that docile aptitude? Not only do you come here, you intrude into my body without permission, you insist on fighting, and by the way, I must always have you with me and in my head. It is true that it has many cons, but look on the bright side. A Sekiryuutei is destined to leave his mark on history, so right now the world is barking your way, the ability to multiply your power to the point of infinity, in addition to having the opportunity to face God-class beings. Well, I don't want that. I want to live in peace like a normal person? I'm sorry to tell you this, but you'll have to get this into your head. You're not a normal person anymore. In fact, just the fact that you're talking to me right now already makes you an abnormal being. The Sekiryuutei are known for having a relatively short life. We're not capable of having peace. Then I'll have to get it on my own, right? After all, you're saying that they'll come to fight for your power. It's the safest thing. Do you want a peaceful life? Then you'll have to fight for it. No one in this world will stop to ask what you want. That's life. You must earn your place in the world. However, you will have a life full of action. many humans and others creatures that live more than 100 years often complain of being bored in their lives. So you will not die from boredom. Issei remained silent, thinking, it was true, although many boys his age did not seem to care about anything beyond having fun and listening to their parents. Issei had always wondered if life offered him nothing more than studying, a boring job and always living as an ordinary human. I suppose that there is no other way, since this is my no. Our destiny. Can you tell me more about the supernatural world? Make yourself comfortable, kid. It's going to be a very long story. Besides, this way I can tell you some anecdotes from my life when I had a physical body, not to mention that I'll also tell you about my eternal rivalry with the White, our destined rival, who by the way you'll have to face one day, said Drake as if nothing happened. Issei just sighed. He understood that Drake was one of those superiors who did not give complete information but in parts, although something caught his attention, if that way he could kill the daily boredom of his own humanity. After that he spent the rest of the day listening to Drake's stories. In Issei's simple words, they were stories so fascinating that they seemed taken from any fantasy book or novel or manga. He thought that he himself could live his own adventures just like Drake and those the dragon called the ancient carriers. That thought clouded his judgment, and for a moment, he forgot why he had awakened the boosted gear. 1 month later. It had been almost a month since Issei's last events. Right now he was walking through a park near where his first encounter occurred, and the only one so far, although now that he was here, he began to think about what could have happened if he happened to go home early that time. Then he sighed. This month had been very busy. Although he smiled after remembering, since he awakened the boosted gear he had been practicing his use and training his skills, remembering Drake's words, a good friend if you put aside how lazy and bitter he could be, he was almost like a brother. With his help he was studying the boosted gear to a certain level. Drake had to say that this user was interesting. He had a natural talent for the sacred gear. His body could withstand up to this point 40 increases maximum. Considering his age and the time it has taken since he started, it was a feat worthy of praise. Although what surprised Drake the most were his incredibly overwhelming magic reserves. Interesting, thought the dragon when I noticed that this could be necessary for the future. In addition to the fact that the boy was physically very good in combat by nature, added to his magic will make him an opponent that challenges even the gods. Right now he was learning to track aura waves and barriers. Issei was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice where he was walking and apparently collided with someone. He cursed himself when he heard the obviously feminine scream. Besides that, he could feel the softness of his body, so he understood that it was a woman. Although speaking of softness, right now he felt something really soft on his face. Slightly raising his eyes, he noticed 2 soft lumps near his face. So guided by the curiosity that was born in him, he took the somewhat large lump between his fingers and squeezed it gently. A small moan reached his ears. Then he stopped his exploration and looked up, noticing 2 eyes looking at him with great sorrow. Huh! What are you doing there? Wait, said Issei, putting his thoughts in order. After that he recognized where he was, on top of a girl, and that also he was touching her chest. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry, Issei said over and over again on his knees in front of the girl. She was a woman of the same age as her sister. She was wearing a uniform from an academy she didn't recognize. She was tall with very beautiful black hair. She looked like a piece of the night sky. A very beautiful face, which was now tinged with a strong red for the moment, somewhat embarrassing, and her amethyst eyes seemed to shine like stars. She was sitting while covering her chest from the shock, but she had to say that she didn't detect any bad intentions in it. Noticing that the boy was still apologizing for the action, she insisted on stopping him. It's okay, it's over now. It's my fault too for not paying attention to where I was walking, she said, trying to get him to stop. Really? Thank you very much, Miss Issei said, truly grateful. How funny, she said with a somewhat tense smile, although it was kind of funny to see a child behaving like that. Excuse me, but could you do me please? I shouldn't, of course, Issei said, standing up and extending his hand. But first let me help you. Yes, thank you, she said, extending her hand towards his. When their fingers made a small friction, she felt an electric tingle, a sacred gear quite strong, perfect. Partner, I recommend you take care of her. She's a fallen angel. Drake told him mentally about the identity of this girl. Really? That's bad. Okay, now what do you need to ask me? Yes, I agreed with a friend to meet at the fountain in this park, but I got lost. Since I haven't been in this city for long, could you help me and take me there, if you can? She said with a cute look. Issei had been watching as the wind blew over them, making his night black hair wave like a flag in the wind. My god, a goddess! Hello? She said, surprised to see him staring at her. Well, not really, she herself caused that effect. Huh. I'm sorry, well, Issei said hesitantly. I have to reject the favor, it's for my own good. Of course, shit. You're an idiot, but hey, she's a beautiful girl, so it's normal that you'll end up half dumb. What a great support, useless reptile. And so, after complaining about Drake for being useless, they both set off on their short journey to the park's central fountain. During the trip they got to know each other better. Her name was Yuma Amano, a first-year high school student, and she had just moved to the city, which was why she was lost. Apparently she was going to meet her partner to plan tomorrow's day. After that, they arrived at the water fountain. Because it was near dusk, the dawn of the evening gave the space a magical touch, the light reflected in the water, yet there was no one near the fountain. Well, here's the water source, but I don't see anyone. You don't know if, said Issei before feeling a general discomfort in his body as if he had been torn from the ground and was floating although he was still stuck to the ground. It was a barrier, this would keep the humans away. He continued looking at the water source while putting his ideas in order. It would be his first battle with the boosted gear. He could not hide his smile of excitement. It's strange, isn't it? You feel like you're floating but you're standing on the ground. Are you scared? I heard Yuma's voice, but it was slightly different. It seemed like several years had passed since she spoke, a more mature voice like a woman. Well, when Issei faced her he couldn't help but be somewhat impressed, given that before this girl wore a common high school uniform. Now she had changed her outfit. She was wearing a kind of leather and latex suit, very revealing. The skirt and stockings had disappeared to give way to high-heeled shoes that reached her knees. She was wearing a kind of black panty. The chest area was covered with a piece of cloth and leather. Her glamorous body was visible to anyone, even if there was no one else with them. She watched his reaction with indifference. It was not the first time she had caused that reaction in a man, although in one so young, although it did not matter. When she was given the order to watch a possible sacred gear user she never thought it would be a brat, although that could make her job easier. Children were more manipulable and erasing their memories would be easy. Calm down. Nothing will happen to you if you don't do something stupid, I promise. If you cooperate we will all go home. Incredible. Well, I don't know how to say this, since this is new to me. What's wrong? You're too calm, don't tell me. You are the first to come, and who or what are you? Issei said, somewhat out of his mind. Wow, how rude. My name is Reincarnation. I am an angel who fell in disgrace. A fallen angel. That's what you humans usually call us, said Reincarnation, spreading a pair of large wings. Issei noticed the black feathers. They seemed very beautiful to him, like the night itself. Wow, it's very beautiful, he said quietly. Did you say something, brah? Nothing. So when angels lose the grace of God they become fallen angels. You've got guts. I've seen many adults run away when they see something like this. Plus you know too much to be a simple brat. But it doesn't matter. Listen, this will be quick for both of us. Listen to me and cooperate if you don't want to die, said Reincarnation coldly, although she would never think of killing a defenseless child. She is not a monster as humans paint her. Would you be able to kill me? If I don't like killing children, let's just say I'll erase your memory once we're done here. Now are you going to tell me what sacred gear you possess? Reincarnation asked, approaching him. Don't tell her. If you do she'll try to take the boosted gear, which would mean your premature death, Drake said to Issei, who got scared and began to back away from her, even going so far as to surround the fountain so that it was between them. Reincarnation sighed. She must have been rude. Hey, tell me, how are the two women in your family? Reincarnation said coldly, scaring Issei. What? What do you know about them? Kid, I know a lot. Your mother works in a fashion company and your older sister is in a Kenpo tournament. So now you're going to come with me, if you don't want something bad to happen here, said Reincarnation. Okay, I'll go with you, but please don't do anything to my family, Issei said, raising his arms. Reincarnation smiled. She knew that manipulating a brat would be easy, although she must admit that it didn't seem as pleasant as some of her classmates described it, although everyone's tastes must be respected. Well, come here, Reincarnation said somewhat happily. This was easier than she imagined. Looking back at her luck, if she brought this child along she could get a raise. Issei walked until he was a few steps away from Reincarnation, then he sighed and calmed down. He looked seriously at the fallen girl, who returned the gesture with some doubt. You said you wanted to see my sacred gear? Is that it? Don't play with me, you don't know what I'm capable of. Well, in that case, let me show you, said Issei, still with his arms in the air. Boosted gear, he said, his left arm lit up with a bright red intent. Reincarnation's surprise was no small thing. In front of her, reality curved slightly to make way for the phenomenon left by God, a sacred gear. But not just any sacred gear. That glove? Boosted gear, Sekiryuutei, are you the Sekiryuutei? Said Reincarnation, looking at the glove with great impression, although she smiled. With this she would undoubtedly get a raise. In addition to that she could rise in rank. Good, ha ha ha, take that, stupid Calawarner. I, the great Reincarnation, will get a raise before you. Issei had tilted his head in shock. Excuse me? Reincarnation, noticing this stupidity, pulled herself together and coughed lightly to regain her tension, trying forget you saw that. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let them take away my sacred gear. Also, I won't let you hurt my family, said Issei. Reincarnation was about to tell him to stop joking, but then she heard the increase of the glove. Boost. At that Issei's aura doubled. Haha, that's nothing, brat. Your aura should be 1, now it's 2. Boost. Boost. Burst. Reincarnation witnessed 2 more increases. After that the word explosion, then a blast of scarlet energy traveled towards her. Reincarnation took flight, dodging the attack, which happened to destroy a tree. Reincarnation rose higher in the air to analyze her situation. Damn, he must have the power of a low-class devil, although that's nothing, said Reincarnation, creating a spear between her hands. Particles of light gathered between her fingers, forming the dull-colored weapon. I didn't want to get to this, but I'll have to leave a bruise on you, brat, said Reincarnation, throwing her weapon. Issei stood still, watching as the light weapon was created. Then he noticed that thing fired and was going towards him. Hell. When the spear of light hit the ground it created a fortune of smoke and some debris. Reincarnation cursed herself for not having moderated her magic better, although the brat attacked her with that amount of power, which doesn't mean he's as resistant as her. I descended to the ground and waited for the smoke and dust to clear. When that happened, I noticed that there was only a medium-deep crater. Damn, I deleted it? Said Reincarnation, there goes her boost. Where are you looking, disgraced angel? Reincarnation heard that voice behind her. Turning her head she noticed the energy sphere on her back. It was the size of a small ball, but it seemed to be charged with energy that could seriously harm her. At that Reincarnation relaxed her posture and raised her arms. Okay, you win. Happy? Okay, yes, now please answer my questions. Tell me, who are you, where do you come from? Who sent you? Reincarnation hesitated slightly to tell him, but noticing the sphere of energy she knew she had to play her cards right. If not, she would go home with an ugly bruise. Okay, relax. My superiors informed me that I would have to watch over a sacred gear user, that's all. That's all, so you're not coming to fight? No, I just had to make contact with you. I didn't expect you to put up any resistance. I see, how nice. Mate, tell him to take you to his leader. If he is who I think he is, then we can come to an agreement, said Drake. Do you know him? Let's say I have an idea. You said you were sent to watch me, then you must have some leader. Take me to him. I want to talk. If you don't, I'll have to force you, said Issei. Do you know our leaders? Well, let's say I have a master who knows more than me about the situation of the supernatural world. Also, I want you to take me to the leader of your organization, not to the person in charge of this territory. Take me to the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Take me to Grigori, said Issei. Wait. You know about Grigori? Who is your master? That doesn't matter now. Please comply with my demands, Hyoudou. If not, I will blow your head off, Issei said, pointing his gun at her again. Reincarnation looked at him once more with a raised eyebrow and then puffed. Ha 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 ha, how scary, you're as scary as a scared puppy. Hey, I'm serious. Yes, yes, ha 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 ha, I'll take you, but let me recover, yes, you're a funny kid, you're not a normal kid. Thanks for the compliment, but I don't think a half-naked girl with wings growing from her back should tell me I'm not normal. Ha ha ha, where I come from this is normal. Now let's just say you saved me the hard work since I had to carry you somehow, so thanks for guaranteeing my raise. Eh? Okay, Issei said, surprised by that, but he put it aside. Issei lowered his boosted gear and Reincarnation smiled, after she extended her hand and created on the ground a kind of circle made of energy, of an amethyst purple color. Issei was amazed. It was the first time he saw something like that. Amazing, Issei said, fascinated to see how the runes of the circle shone and changed between each other. What is this? A magic circle of transportation, Reincarnation said simply. You say you can go anywhere with this? Issei asked. Any side that is previously marked by your magic mark, said Reincarnation, but come on, I don't want to be a teacher. After that, both of them entered the magic circle, which began to shine more brightly. I recommend that you get a hold of someone, as the trip can be a bit bumpy. Okay, Issei said, taking one of Reincarnation's wings. But not from me. Sorry. After that, the magic circle did its job, teleporting them from the Ko City Park to an unknown location to Issei. Issei felt that this trip was like getting into an elevator. The light blinded him for a second. When he managed to see again, he noticed that he was no longer in Ko. In fact, he doubted that he was in the human world. Is this the Earth? I asked nervously, looking up at the sky. Well, let's say it's where bad souls go after they die, Reincarnation said, smiling. Issei was speechless at those words. The sky was a purple color that left him confused. Plus the air was a little more humid. It seemed like the air at the beach. At that point I noticed that Reincarnation was already on her way to a large building in front of them both. I noticed the surroundings of the place. It looked like a testing place. The floor was made of cement, and I also noticed large spaces behind the building. Incredible. Wow, it's changed a lot in these years, said Drake with some nostalgia. Have you been here before? Drake? Do you remember what I told you? Yes, Issei said as he started walking towards the building. Hey, don't stay behind, brat. I'm coming, and don't call me a brat. Yes, there is no doubt, it is him, and he is also with another person. Who are you talking about? About the person we came to look for. Besides the fact that he is with another equally interesting person, I will give you a recommendation, no, a warning. What? What kind of warning does it take for you to get so serious? Be careful with this person's curiosity. It is so dangerous that it can kill you. Swallowing, Issei continued walking towards the building behind Reincarnation. When they entered the building, Issei noticed everyone's gazes. Most of them were dressed in lab coats, plus many had their black wings spread out. Somewhat nervous, Issei pressed closer to Reincarnation. I'm not your babysitter. I'm not a child. Yes, of course, why not? They continued up the stairs to the top floor. Damn, you geniuses, and you haven't fixed the elevator, Reincarnation said exaggeratedly. You're a very lazy person, aren't you? Issei said with a poker face as if nothing happened. Shut up, brat. I'm not a brat. Yeah, right, brat, Reincarnation said in her battle with the brat. Many looked at that with intrigue, given that Reincarnation was known for not talking much with anyone other than the leaders. Plus seeing her argue like a girl her age is something hard to see every day. So this identical couple continued on their way until they reached the top floor. Stupid Governor General, he should have his floor lower down, Reincarnation shouted. For the first time I agree with you, Reincarnation-san. Of course, the great Reincarnation Wani-sama is always right. But you are infuriating. Hey. After that, Reincarnation knocked on the door. Issei noticed that the huge wooden door was decorated like a laboratory door. Besides that, there was a retina scanner and a keyboard with numbers. From what looked like a scanner from spy movies, a lens like a camera peeked out. Reincarnation sighed and stood still while the beam of light studied her retina. After the confirmation of the horn and the green light, Reincarnation typed a code on the keyboard. Don't look at this, it's a secret, Reincarnation said to Issei. Yes, of course, 1234, what a secret. Reincarnation just puffed out her cheeks and waited for the door to indicate they could come in. After a few seconds, the door lock was heard opening. Is it too much security? What is the guy who is the leader of the fallen angels like? In my words, a complete idiot, said Reincarnation, entering. Wait for me here. I'll let you know when you can come in. Do you understand, brat? Who that again? I'm not a brat. Yes, of course. I will never accept that a brat could corner me. I do not accept it. I am the strongest, she said, closing the door. It seemed to be soundproof, since she could not hear anything after they closed the door. Issei stood in front of the wooden door with exaggerated confidence. While that was happening, he noticed that many were looking at him with some curiosity, some stronger than others. It's normal, they've sensed the dragon aura inside you, so you've caught their attention. That could be a problem. Relax, you'll learn to control it. After a few seconds, the door opened again. Wow, are you still here? Reincarnation said. Issei got up from the ground where he was sitting. I don't know how to get home. Didn't your parents tell you not to follow strangers? It can be bad for a brat like you. Leave it like that. What happened? Can I talk to him? It was difficult, but I did it. Now I'm leaving. I must return to my duties, said Reincarnation, leaving the site. That's good, thank you, Reincarnation-san, said Issei. Reincarnation just smiled and walked away. At least she got a raise, but that will be discussed later. When Reincarnation left, Issei got a little nervous, but he patted his cheeks to regain his seriousness. Well, here we go. I hope you're right, Drake. I'm 45% sure it will work. That doesn't make him feel any better, Drake Baka, he said as he entered a large room through the open door that closed behind him. He noticed that there was a large table, with various chairs on it, as well as papers and a coffee machine. On the walls there were pictures of different people. Issei studied the room with interest. This must be the place where the higher ups come to debate ideas, he thought. After that he continued his way to the only door in the room. Entering this, he noticed a wooden desk. On the sides, on shelves or scattered everywhere, were various strange objects, in appearance and colors. Incredible. On the desk were large piles of papers. Issei approached the desk at a slow and alert pace, somewhat scared. I'm starting to regret this. Calm down, be a man. Excuse me, fallen angel leader? Issei said in front of the desk. There was a black leather chair that had its back to Issei, looking out the window. Hey, is this the current owner of the boosted gear? Who would have thought, said to a man who was sitting in the chair. He seemed to be around 30 years old, with black hair with some yellow streaks. He had purple eyes that seemed to shine with a lot of curiosity and some mockery, not to mention his sly smile. Something that slightly bothered Issei. He doesn't like guys like that. But after that he gets up, ha. I'm sorry, it's a bad habit of mine. Well, you, kid, are the owner of a very powerful item, a sacred gear. Do you know what they are? More than that, you possess the boosted gear, a middle-class Longinus. Do you understand what I'm saying? If that's true, will you let me see it? Well, I don't understand much about this, since, well, I've only been waking up for a month, Issei said somewhat nervously. I understand, don't be nervous, but from what Reincarnation tells me, you can use it to a certain extent, said the man. Before that, I want to propose a deal to you. A deal? Did you propose it yourself or the pesky dragon inside you? Don't say that the boosted gear materialized, letting Drag here. Listen to me, old fallen angel. This brat is special. Him being here proves that. Hey. I see. Well, tell me, kid. Issei, call me Issei, that's my name. Well, Issei, tell me, what deal are you proposing to me? Issei then raised his boosted gear for him to look at it closely. I want you to teach me how to use it properly. In exchange, I will let you study it as much as you want, of course, without that affecting the boosted gear or Drag and me either. Do you understand what you just proposed? That thing has been in the sights of many of the powers of the supernatural world, and thanks to it, humanity has been able to advance to where it is now. You don't understand it right now, but you have a tool that can break the balance of the world, since it doubles your strength to infinity. I don't understand it, but I want to understand it, please. Although it might be of benefit to us, I've been wanting to thoroughly investigate the boosted gear for my own research, and now this, well, I've decided. And that's it? Ha ha ha, welcome to the Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure. Really? Thank you, Governor. Ha ha ha, I think I haven't introduced myself properly, he said, extending his hand. My name is Azazel, known as the angel who gave men weapons. Greetings, Issei, Sekiryuutei of this generation. I have a feeling that this is the birth of a beautiful and lasting friendship, Azazel said. Nice to meet you, Azazel, Issei said, squeezing his hand, a sign that the deal was closed. End of flashback, a very long one. And that's how I met Hyoudou. After that we became allies with each other, and the rest is history, said Issei. After finishing the story, the same thought was going through everyone's minds. I was at the wrong time in the wrong place. Well, the truth is it doesn't matter much. After that, I learned that I was a wandering or stray demon. So I understood that it wasn't anyone's fault. That statement brought a sigh of relief to Rias, who believed she still held some resentment. But Issei-san, that was too much for an infant, Asia said worriedly. Calm down, you see that I am fine. Besides, I must be thankful. Thanks to that I was able to get to know this great world better. But I was also able to see its darkest side. Although everyone is the same, there is no evil without goodness and goodness without evil, said Issei, smiling at the blonde. She smiled back very happily. Well, I think it's best not to delay them any further. They have work to do, don't they? And so after listening to Issei's story, all the demons began to do their duties. Issei watched everything from the side. I always enjoy learning something new. When it was Asia's turn to participate, Issei got a little nervous. Since Asia is very innocent, it could be bad for her to meet any kind of person. Plus, Asia is a foreigner. She doesn't know the customs of Japan or its people. I think Asia should go with someone. Okay, she needs to learn how to make contracts, Rias said, trying to calm him down. But... And so they continued until Kaneko agreed to help the blonde and accompany her. I'm sorry, Kaneko-chan. Senpai worries a lot. Girls don't like boys who harass too much. Don't tell me that, Kaneko-chan. After that they proceeded to transport both of them to the contractor. Rias then looked at Issei with her eyes half closed. Don't you think you worry too much about Asia? Issei simply scratched his head. And so the hours passed. Some time later everyone had already finished their homework. To say that Asia did well would be an understatement, although she still had room for improvement. When everyone was ready to leave for their homes, a strange aroma reached the noses of Kaneko and Issei. They both jumped to the window and looked seriously outside. Oni-chan, Kaneko-chan, what's wrong? Sarah said, surprised by her brother and Kohai's reaction. This scent, it's that of fresh blood, Issei said with quite a bit of seriousness in his voice. Within seconds a paper appears on Rias's desk with a red circle. Akino quickly goes to review it, and passes it to her king with a complicated expression. Rias takes the document, and giving it a look, her beautiful face reflects her state of annoyance. A wandering demon, Rias said. It's so close, Issei said, jumping from the window. When he jumped to the ground, on his way to the air a pair of wings appeared on his back. To the general astonishment of everyone, they were large, almost like himself, made of membranes and lacking feathers. They seemed to come directly from his back. Issei smiled in mid-air. He loved these things. Imagining that he was moving his new muscles, he gave a powerful flap that lifted him above the ground. Gaining height and speed, he rose higher in the air. I'll go ahead, I smell fresh blood. Issei-ni-chan, wait, damn it, said Sarah. She had also jumped from the window. Sarah, spreading her demon wings, almost identical to her brother's, but slightly smaller, black in color, and also lacking feathers, Sarah rose into the air more by a magical event than by the force of her flapping. Sarah, Rias said, calling her servant. There's no other way, let's go, she said, also taking out her wings. Everyone was surprised to see Rias take flight behind the brother duo, but hearing their master, they also left through the window. There is no other way. We have to be fast. Fuff, this is fun. Using magic to avoid being seen by the citizens, they will wonder how the hell a group of cosplaying students can be flying in the air. The trail led Issei and the demons to a kind of abandoned warehouse. From the time it was noticeable that it had been left for a long time, but the smell of blood was recent and the presence was strong. Something a bit cliché, I must say. Issei thought. Demons aren't known for being very original. After a few seconds her sister arrived, followed by Rias and the others. Oni-chan, what did I tell you about jumping out of a window out of nowhere, said Sarah. Sarah, that's the strangest thing you've ever said to me. Same here, Sarah, you must listen to me when I speak to you, Rias said in a soft scolding. You must not disobey your master, otherwise you could end up like what is in here. Oops, say wanderer? Yes, you can become that, said Rias, then went to see Issei. I see, you should stay behind us, you can see how we work and fight, said Rias with some concern. The truth is that everyone looked at the boy with some concern in their eyes. Although Rias had noticed his power firsthand, this was. I'll be fine, don't worry, but if it makes you feel good, I'll stay behind, said Issei, smiling. That made more than one person happy. Thus they began to advance towards the entrance. At the front of the formation was Kiba in the center, on his right side was Sarah. Kaneko was a little further away on the left side, behind them were Rias and Akino, behind the redhead was Issei. So, who's playing? Said Sarah. I'll do it, said Kaneko, then kicked the huge metal door. The sound it made was very loud and horrible when it hit the hard floor of the warehouse. It's time. Well, Kaneko-chan will do too, said Sarah, also entering. Everyone moved slowly and silently inside the building. The smell was so strong that you didn't need Issei and Kaneko's super senses to detect the stinking putrefaction that hit everyone's nostrils. Sarah almost vomited because of it. The cause was the mutilated bodies of stories of people, corpses everywhere, on the floor, on the walls, and even on the ceiling. Blood stained all the spaces. A wall of flesh and blood made of hunted humans. The decorator must be a genius, said Sarah, somewhat alarmed upon seeing this. This is no time for jokes, senpai, said Kaneko. We can't let this monster leave here alive. We have to kill her, said Kiba. It seems he knows we're here, Issei said. Everyone had noticed that the presence had not hidden itself. He was proud of his victory. Kukukukukukuku, what is this? What did the wind bring me? Said a distorted voice from the shadows, heard throughout the warehouse. Is it a smell? It's very sweet, yes, sweet, very sweet. Oh, it's also something strong, anger, yes, it's anger, he kept repeating himself. Show yourself to your opponent, said Kiba. From among the shadows a figure was noticed. It looks like a human being, said Sarah. Indeed, from the darkness of the bottom, a human being appeared, or at least the upper part of a human being. It was a woman, with black hair and eyes. The other thing to highlight, she was completely naked. How vulgar, Kaneko said with an angry face upon seeing that. Oh, there are many, but there are more. The smell that comes, that girl, your crimson hair dislikes me, your virgin smell dislikes me, your white skin dislikes me. You dislike me, said the girl, looking at Rias, although her gaze passed from Rias. Further behind her was Issei, who seemed to be staring at the girl. It smells of mystery, of intrigue, of power. Yes, there is no doubt, the brat behind that disgusting being, she said, pointing at Issei. If I devour you, I will be able to become stronger, more and more and more, much more. I'll kill you first, damn it! Sarah shouted angrily at the demon. You don't seem interesting at all. No one here, apart from the disgusting girl and the cute brat, no one else. Go away. We will not leave. Our duty is to kill you, said Kiba. Issei, you should stay back. Yes, stay behind me. Watch how we fight in detail, and watch how the evil pieces work, Rias said to Issei. He just nodded and stayed behind her. Then Rias smiled and then went to look at the demon angrily. Street demon, Vizu, you have caused so much trouble in this city under my care. That is a crime punishable by capital punishment. In the name of the Duke of Gremory, I, Rias Gremory, sentence you to death. Rias said proudly and angrily towards the demon who stained her city with the blood of innocence. Her words were refuted with a blanket of crimson aura. Stupid high-class devil, your damn people did this to me. Now you will pay for their mortal sins, with your body. I will kill you and bathe in your guts. Vizu said, the hatred she gave off towards Rias, no, towards the fact that Rias was a high-class devil. It was evident, she hated them. First I will kill your Lacalis, then I will kill that brat, and finally I will kill you, Vizu said, revealing his entire body. The upper part was that of a human being, a naked woman, but the lower part looked like a quadruped animal, easily reaching 5 meters in height, with hairy legs and a snake-like tail. That should definitely be called demon, Issei said out of inertia. Vizer was expectant. Noticing that Kaneko was the first to walk in front of her, she smiled with much mockery and superiority. She was an ant walking towards a giant. In a veiled way, Vizer raises one of her immense hairy legs and releases it on Kaneko, crushing her on the spot. Tujo-san, Issei said, worried about her. I see, you shouldn't worry so much. Kaneko won't lose to any weak attack, Rias said confidently. Suddenly the paw that had crushed Kaneko a few seconds ago was now beginning to rise. That? Kaneko Tujo is a rook. Her main characteristics are defense and monstrous strength. Kaneko will not fail to such a weak attack, said Rias. Seeing Vizer's terrified face, Kaneko had raised her entire paw, revealing herself to everyone in nothing but her slightly damaged uniform. Impossible, Vizer said, applying more pressure on the girl. Although she remained standing without any problem, the force was such that the floor beneath them cracked. Fly was all that lowly tower said. Using force she slightly lifted Vizer, but there was enough space to turn and kick him, sending Vizer flying towards the ceiling. Ah ah ah! The cry of pain that came from his throat resonated, accompanied by the crunching of his bones. The hit leg was completely broken. It was more noticeable when seeing the bone protruding from the skin. Vizer falls heavily to the ground, causing a roar, but she was still willing to fight to the death. Her tail shoots a large amount of attack, which those in front dodge without a problem. When she was ready to recover and kill everyone, a quick cut cuts her tail cleanly. Screaming again, she turns around to notice Sarah, who smiles at her in farewell. Although his surprise was greater when he felt several cuts on his body at a speed even greater than that of the brunette, Hyoudou had moved his body at great speed, quickly cutting all the tendons in his legs cleanly, causing Vizer to fall to the ground unable to move. Kiba caninely walks towards Sarah while moving his sword to clean the blade of the demon's dirty blood. They both looked at each other before launching themselves towards Vizer again and inflicting various cuts all over his body, leaving Vizer lying there. Sarah and Hyoudou possess the horse piece. Without my knights, this piece gives them great speed, although their styles are opposite. Since Sarah prefers deadly cuts with her katana, Hyoudou looks for medieval owners. Even so, both are very fast, said Rias, smiling at noticing that Issei was surprised, but in truth he was looking at the cuts made by that katana. From them a kind of curse was peeking out, although before saying anything Akino had slowly walked elegantly towards the front of the demon with a very cute smile. Era, how should I treat you? Maybe I know, said Akino, raising her hand, and a yellow magic circle formed over both of them. Akino's laughter was the order for the punishment from heaven, a powerful lightning bolt, to brutally strike Vizer on the ground. The cry of pain showed that this discharge was serious. Even so, Akino continued firing while laughing charmingly. Ha 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 ha, I can't get enough of this, it's so much fun wandering demon Vizer, you're so resilient. Okay, let's have some more fun. Fufu. Akino, Fukubucho of the club, is my queen. She possesses all the characteristics of the pieces except the king. In addition, she is called the supreme lightning sadist, Ria said with a bitter expression, watching her queen being ground to death by lightning. After a while Akino stopped as she happily looked at her work. Saying that Vizer was mashed was an understatement. Smoke was coming out of him from all sides, cuts and bruises. I think I'm done. It's time, Akino said, letting Rias take the floor. Rias stood in front of the demon, who looked like a meat mash. Last words, Vizer. It's time to judge the sins that heaven cannot hunt. Why yes, if there's something I want to say before you kill me. Okay, at least we'll keep a record of this. Yes, thank you. What I mean is I really hate it when a demon of your kind pretends to be kind, said Vizer. One of the legs amputated by Kiba had moved. It had quickly reached Rias, who was surprised to see the surprise attack. She cursed for not having predicted that. All her pieces shouted her name while the horses were about to launch themselves to save their master, but in that a red flash appeared and hit the limb at extreme speed. Issei had appeared between Rias and Vizer, looking seriously at the demon. Is Bucho okay? Issei said. Yes, thanks, I see, Rias said, surprised. Like the rest, not even Sarah or Kiba had noticed when she moved. Vizer screamed in hatred as he launched himself with all his remaining strength towards Issei, proving that he could still move, yet Issei simply stared at him seriously as small icicles appeared on the right side of his body. If you're going to attack an enemy you know nothing about, you're just an idiotic beast, Issei said. The temperature quickly drops as ice begins to form throughout the room, columns, ceiling and floor. Ice pressure, said Issei. From the ground where his boot was a thick layer of ice flew towards Vizor. He had no more strength in his battered body and was trapped. Damn brat. The steam that rose through the air begins to disappear, then what remains is Issei, whose half of his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. In front of him, a few steps away, was Vizor, a statue of ice, yet the pill began to crack, a sign that he was alive. English, Vizor, right? The truth is that insects like you are extremely resistant. That is something I must praise. But here your path ends, said Issei. The environment gave darkness to the demon who desperately clung to his few forces. Flames were born from the left side of Issei. His left arm began to wrap itself in intense fire. Raising the temperature suddenly, Issei walked away while raising his hand towards Vizor, who was about to break the ice wall. If it makes you feel better, I don't blame you for what you did. You are one more victim of this world. Still, the pain that these people and their families experience must be paid, Vizor. Allow me to hunt down the sin that heaven cannot judge. Now I free you from your burden. Goodbye, said Issei, releasing a large flame from his hand. Flare. In the middle of the road, the fire began to take the form of a fire kanji. Vizor, who was conscious, cursed the brat with all his might. Even so, he smiled with regret. They had not treated her badly. It was his greed that gave her this punishment, and this same one now condemned her to death. Seeing how the flames consumed her prison on the way to her made her understand in part the pain of her companions and her master. Damn brat, thank you. When the fire kanji hit the ice wall, a large curtain of steam was expelled as the cold and hot air collided, so much so that the girls grabbed their skirts so as not to show too much. When the steam came out, nothing remained of Vizor. It had been completely destroyed. Well, with that we finished. Everyone was stunned, looking at the place where Vizor had previously been, an ice statue. There was nothing. Everyone took a step away from Issei, who tilted his head, not understanding their reaction. The one who got excited and ran towards him was Akino, who smiled prettily. Issei-kun, that was great, Akino said, hugging the boy like a teddy bear. Enough, Akino, leave him alone, Ria said. Era, Bucho, it's bad to be so jealous. Besides, cute Issei-kun hasn't said anything. That means he likes the pampering I give him, right, Issei-kun? Akino said, hugging Issei's face between her breasts. The poor thing was already blue. Akino-san, you're killing them, Sarah said when she noticed that her brother wasn't moving. When Akino released him, she noticed that Issei was blue with spiral eyes, a soul with his shape coming out of his body. Akino, look what you did, Ria said. Era, then it's time to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, said Akino, cutely putting her lips in the shape of a kiss. Don't even think about them. And so they were arguing for a while longer, while Asia and Sarah watched and took care of Issei. Sarah was somewhat stressed while Asia looked at everything with teary eyes. Kiba simply laughed somewhat distantly. For safety, he knows what annoying girls are capable of. Kaneko, on the other hand, was as if nothing was happening. Staring at both older women, even a blind person would notice her dark aura, and the internal screams of hatred could be heard even by a deaf person. What? What happened? Said Issei, waking up. I don't understand, but I dreamed that my face was touching a soft and big cloud, said Issei. That fanned the flame of the fight between everyone, now with Asia, Sarah and Kaneko joining. Kiba laughed quietly and even further away, for safety, and Issei didn't know what had happened. After calming down, although the insults did get more intense, everyone left the warehouse to go to their respective homes to rest. Wait, Sarah, Issei, I'll go to your house early tomorrow morning to discuss an important matter with both of you, okay? Ria said with a suspicious smile. Both brothers were surprised but agreed in approval. Thus, they left behind the scene of a great battle. Tomorrow is another day. Underworld. The underworld, more specifically, in one of the vast territories of the aristocratic families, a young man was sitting on a large sofa. He looked closely at a photo of Rias in a beautiful red dress. He smiled while moistening his lips with the wine in his glass. You couldn't see a photo of Rias like that without feeling your throat dry. At the big door, a girl appeared, dragging a cart with a tea set and several snacks. Good afternoon, Oniai-sama. I have prepared the tea, she said. The man didn't answer right away. He sighed as he settled into his seat. Revel, tell me, how are the wedding preparations going? The man said sarcastically, then began to laugh without grace. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, nothing matters anymore, nothing more than this. Soon Rias will be mine and a new generation of pure devils will be born. Of course it will have to be by force, as it should always be, the man said simply, while caressing the hair of a girl next to him. The girl, identified as Revel, looked emotionlessly at her older brother and Rei's entourage. Yes, Oni-sama, for the sake of a new generation of demons, each word massacred her great pride, which she must hide for fear of retaliation. Being a woman and the younger sister had her disadvantages. Oni-sama, aren't you worried that something might interfere with your plans? What? Nothing can stop me, after all, infinite vitality is on my side. I understand, then I will leave so that you may have privacy. Please treat our guest well, said Revel, looking with some feigned sadness at the girl beside his brother, most likely a daughter of some minor family whom his brother charmed with sweet words. Goodbye. See you soon, Revel, he said. Outside that room one day, and your defeat will mark your end, Razor, and my path to the top. I refuse to die as an object of yours, said Revel, showing that behind her attitude of a special high-class girl, she possessed a great pride, something that will serve her well in the future. Besides, she sensed that something could happen. After all, every princess is guarded by a powerful dragon. Back in the human world. And that's the life of us devils. Tell me, what did you think, Oni-chan? Said Sarah, while she and Issei were eating the dinner left by her mother. Although she was somewhat upset that they were going to stay late on the street, at least she knew they were together. Interesting, said Issei while eating, then looked out the window. What's wrong? Nothing, well, it's just a feeling, but something is going to happen, something complicated.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.